Welcome to day 3 of RSAC 2026 here at CyberRisk TV. We're live from Broadcast Alley at Moscone West in San Francisco. I'm Adrian Sanabria, host of the Enterprise Security Weekly podcast, and today we're continuing our coverage with another packed day of insightful interviews. Joining me now is Doug White from the Security Weekly News. Doug, how you doing? How you holding up?
I'm less professional than you. No, Adrian's like a voice announcer. It's just like I'm like, I don't know. and by day 3, I'm like definitely like that because after drinking like 6 old fashions last night at the SC Awards, now this morning I'm like, let me do some.
I have been legitimately concerned for my voice.
Yeah,
every event I've been to, like the volume for normal conversation is, I'm like, I'm not going to make it.
Well, yeah, I used to teach boot camps.
Yeah.
And literally by day 3, I was just like, I was putting cough drops. I was like loading my cheeks with cough drops because I would be like, okay.
I think it's all the whiskey to soothe my throat.
So. Oh, well, maybe that was the solution. Yeah, because I couldn't do that when I was doing boot camps.
We did some whiskey tastings last night. It was
good. Fancy.
So, it's interesting. So I just came from the 451 research breakfast, which I used to be at 451. I still go to the breakfast. They're a lot of fun. They kind of share the data that they've collected to this point from the previous year. And they collect a lot of interesting data. And, one of them, they have a finance guy. And really interesting to get, because he doesn't care about security. Security is just a bucket. It's just a category to him. So just very laissez-faire, here's the numbers. Here's what's going on, and so last year was a huge year. We had single transactions, just the Wiz transaction was bigger than entire other years in terms of M&A activity, and so they're predicting this year's going to be a down year. There's not going to be a lot of acquisitions. There's not going to be a lot of money flying around, and there's a lot of companies I don't think are going to raise a Series B. I think are maybe not going to find an exit. So it was my prediction last year that the AI for SOC stuff, if we didn't see an acquisition by the end of last year, it's not gonna happen for those folks. And there's 36 of them. And so either that means AI in the SOC is not very useful, it's not working out, or not to the extent that they thought it would. Or it means it's so easy to build themselves that, the MSSPs, the Arctic Wolves, don't need to purchase one.
Or, I would say...
You have a third or?
Yeah, no, I do. I think... I agree with those first two. I am not going to say that those are wrong, and that's not what I mean. But I also think there's this we're still in the exploratory part of the scientific model where we're still trying to fool around and find out. Because I think a lot of people have, and your SOC is so critical to your organization. I mean, and it's another one of these infrastructure components that you don't want it to stop because you need it.
Yeah.
And when people come in and salespeople come in and they say, "Let me cure all your ills. Here, all you got to do is bolt Tommy the AI onto your SOC." Yeah. I think a lot of people are still kind of trying to hold back to decide how does this integrate with what we're doing. Where do these roles fit? I was talking to somebody yesterday, and he was talking about these sort of building these planks up, that AI is just slowly building a deeper and deeper base, but we're still standing on these flimsy planks right now, and we haven't quite decided is this safe to walk on yet. We're still tentatively putting our feet on it, at least with our critical infrastructure. I think people experimenting with it like crazy. As I've had people call me, saying, is it okay I tell my employees just to go ahead and use, Copilot in everything they do? And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
And he's
but they will do it anyway.
Oh, no, he'd already done it. And he was like, well, I just was trying to get some reaffirmation.
It was just a formality. I'm already doing it.
Well, he said, I was just going to make sure you...
Open clause on 37 systems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was actually, I didn't say 37, but I said,
yeah.
How many have OpenClaw on them already today? And he was like, what's OpenClaw? And I was like, you'll find out.
Yeah. So, it's I've got a few thoughts there. One, I think, so I put out some posts a couple months ago where I refer to part of cybersecurity as a market for lemonade, where like you buy one product, produces a ton of data, so like think vulnerability scanner, SIM collecting stuff, and because you have a ton of data, you're having trouble managing it, you're drowning in alerts and data, and your vulnerability scanner tells you have a million critical vulnerabilities, even though you only scanned 30 hosts, and then you've got these other companies that'll come in and say, hey, we can help you with that data, we can scan through there, like we can, but they never stop to ask, do you have all the data? Do you have the right data? Are you missing any data? So we kind of have this foundational problem where, in a lot of cases, the data quality isn't all that good. But somebody will sell us something to like magic, like you can't magic something out of it that's not there yet because maybe you're only scanning 50% of your assets.
Well, yeah, there's always a huge, the marketing gap.
So I call those the lemonade makers.
Yeah.
So you buy the lemons and they produce a bunch of data, and they're not doing the thing correctly in the first place, and then you make lemonade.
Okay. Or something. I just
or something.
Well, I call some of this the marketing gap of what's promised, what's delivered, and there's this place in between where we have to figure out, will this cure all my ills? And I don't even know what ills I have, and are they the right ills to be curing? Because I may not need to actually worry about this, and this really, but I've been worrying about a lot. And again, I think that comes back into this AI thing where people say this will solve all your problems, and I go, wait, I want a little more detail about that. Which problem?
So Ross Holly, you mentioned making promises. Ross Hollyluke in his book Cyber for Builders has a quote that I love where he says, we need to move from promise-based to evidence-based. And in a lot of cases, like, we haven't been very good at the evidence piece. Like, you spent $1 million on this product, you hired 3 people to manage it. Is it working? How do you know, are you getting value out of it? Like, is it a lot of value? Is it like, how are you measuring whether or not, like, what if you just turned this thing off, threw it in the trash? Are you screwed now? Like, was it keeping all the attackers at the gates?
Well, yeah, in management literature, I don't remember if it was Henry Mintzberg, so I apologize, Dr. Whoever, if it wasn't. I remember seeing this chart, and they were talking about paradigm shifts, and there was this line, there's this, and all of a sudden there's this like crazy thing, and then there's this other line, and it's this crazy thing is kind of where we are right now, of this
uncertainty.
Yeah, and it's this maelstrom of people trying to figure out what the best decisions are to make. How do we do this? And maybe when you have these kind of shifts, it may mean that AI in a SOC or AI in some other context will change what that back end is. And so instead of it being, well, we should collect how many widgets did we make this year, we now need to collect something else entirely. And when we look at it from a security perspective, it may mean, well, nobody really cares anymore about this. These ports that are open are not that germane. I'm not saying that, check your open ports. But I don't know what that will look like. And the AI may be able to deal with all that stuff so fast, or maybe not. Yeah. And I think a lot of people are just a little bit hesitant to just push that button and say, you know what, Claude, take the reins. I'll be over here having a drink. And I think the companies that are right now handing off, we were talking about people saying, use it.
Yeah.
And they have not even begun to think through what that means.
I think regardless of what happens, we're going to speed run 10 years of tech debt in 1 year.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right.
I think even if we decide, yes, this is really useful, we're going to use it from here on out, or no, this has failed, this is terrible, it's not working. In both cases, we end up with shitloads of tech debt.
I absolutely agree. I think that's where we're going, because this is we're wading into the swamp.
And the next generation is just going to be mopping this stuff up for
the next generation. Yeah, could be. I don't know. I reserve judgment on it because I don't truly. There's this sort of basic part of me that says I understand this.
Yeah.
I understand the context, I understand the concept, I understand the code, I understand what's happening. But at the same time, I don't necessarily understand the business model and how that fits in and how it will change what my job is, what your job is, and what an accountant's job is. in 5-10 years. And I think a lot of people are concerned about that. And I'm not even talking about I lose my job or anything like that. I'm just talking about how does my job evolve in these other models. And I know that's going to happen, but it's also hard for me to then expend a lot of money on that when I don't really know what does my company look like 5 years from now. Do I no longer need lawyers? Well, I don't think that will be the case, but it's hard for people to plan.
Maybe you don't have internal counsel, but you still keep external counsel.
Or maybe you still need internal counsel. I mean, that's what I don't really know, because it's hard for me to fathom how. I mean, based on my use of it, I'm like, okay, you're going to fire your internal counsel and say, I'm going to rely on this thing that just made up 15 Supreme Court cases that don't really exist and told me, go ahead.
And there is an LLM product for that called Harvey.
Of course.
That's built just for lawyers.
But
So we kind of seeing the same thing everywhere, where it's a really great, everyone agrees, it's a great assistant. It's a really useful assistant. It can go out, grab some research, it can compile some stuff for you. Is it going to get 100% of it? Is it going to miss important things? Sure. But it gives you a great first stab at things. But beyond that, it's largely like jury's still out. We're not sure.
Well, I mean, it's like when warfare changed from, say, people using wooden sticks to people using rifles. Everything changed. I mean, the whole paradigm changed, and nobody knew what that meant for a while. You couldn't, all your plans that you'd always done were going to be different, but you didn't know how. And I think that, to me anyway, that's where my clients are sitting right now, is they're just sort of sitting there saying, I'm not sure what's over that horizon. I know there's a horizon coming. I just don't know exactly what it looks like on the other side, and it worries me a lot.
Yeah, so I've been trying to figure out where we are in this cycle, what the cycle looks like. It definitely looks different. Like if you look back at all the previous RSAs, Jay Jacobs, Wade Baker, RSA gave them all the data from all the RSAs a couple years ago, and they did a presentation just kind of following the lexicon, the buzzwords that were dominant, just by feeding it all the titles of all the talks from every single RSA. And I think this is the only year that we've seen one topic dominate for 3 years in a row. And so I'm wondering if next year, I think AI is still prominent next year, but I don't think it's dominant. I don't think it's the only thing, because I think it's leading us to have to worry more about data security. So I think we go further down that path. Identity, this technological change is just requiring us to kind of reinvent stuff in existing spaces, right?
Well, I think possibly next year the only word at RSAC will be welcome to our new AI overlords. Yeah, that's a possibility, and I for one am just getting ahead of the curve on that. Or I think another big one that you mentioned already is identity, because I think what I'm seeing is that I've heard from all these CEOs and things like that while I've been interviewing, and a word that I heard a guy yesterday say, you'll have an army of agentic AI to deal with the army of agentic AI that's facing you. And and regardless of how that gets implemented, we are seeing these agents begin to appear in many, many, many different manifestations, and you will need ways to deal with them because they want access. Yeah. I mean, even on my desktop level, it's Claude saying, "Can I have access to your whole hard drive? It can help you so much more if you just let me have access."
Read and write, by the way.
Yeah, and I was like, "Sure, Claude, you can have it all, baby. Here's my bank account and everything else. Just log right in there and go to town." And I really think that identity piece, and one person I interviewed yesterday as well was talking about how reputation may become more important than identity, and I like that so much. Because we talk about ephemerals all the time, and these bots and these agents are ephemeral, and they spring up and they go away as they're needed, and it suddenly becomes very, very difficult to say, oh, that's old Bob over there. He's been here 37 years, and he sweeps up, and we know we can trust him because he's never done anything bad yet. And suddenly we've got an army of ephemerals. Even if it's not an army, maybe it's just a squad. Yeah. But we've got all these ephemerals.
Kubernetes of personalities. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And so that reputation may be things we have to rely on so heavily to say we trust this to not cause problems. And we're not there right now. At least I'm not.
No, I don't think. But also I think this is going to be the put up or shut up year. Like everybody seems kind of exhausted with like experimental budgets, and like I'm not sure everybody has the patience to continue experimenting with this stuff. And I think this is going to be the year where people are like, okay, you have to show value, or you're not getting any more money from us on this.
And it's absolutely a cycle. I mean, that is, that's spot on for me. I mean, you do get to a point where the promises start to wear thin, and the money starts to pile up, and you start and people start, and shareholders and other people start asking questions and saying, we've just dropped X dollars on this. Where's the bang? You know, I'm waiting for the bang, and they keep saying, any day now, any day now, any day now.
I was at the breakfast. A guy at my table said, if one more person says agentic to me, I'm going to lose my shit.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this week I've heard the word agentic so many times that, and I think I've said it, 3,478 times myself.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I just said it again. So 3,479. I mean, but I think the reason we hear that word so much is because there's so much uncertainty around, one, what agentic AI even means, one, how it's going to change things, three, how we're going to manage it and control it, and four, what dangers it represents that we don't even know about yet.
Yeah, so you've mentioned uncertainty a few times. I think that might be our keyword for today. Like,
well, maybe uncertainty should be our keyword.
How are we going to deal with this?
Because that's the real threat, right? I mean, uncertainty is always going to be the threat, chaos and uncertainty, and I think we're in the maelstrom at the moment. And I don't know what the big word next year will be, but hopefully we'll all be here to see it and not just like, working in a pit somewhere going, thank you, robotic overlord.
All right, with that, stay with us here on CyberRisk TV to learn more about our future robotic overlords and our conversations from RSAC 2026. As always, you can find all of our content at securityweekly.com/RSAC. We'll be right back with our first interview of the day, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Joshua Marpet. Joining me today is Travis Wong, VP of Customer Engagement at Resilience. Hey, Travis, thanks for being here, but I understand that customer engagement is not really the right title for you. You're just the guy.
That's too kind. I don't know if I'm the guy. I'm a guy.
Come on, you've been in risk for so many years. You've done so many things in the risk world that apparently everybody at your company is just like, no, you got to just Travis. It's just Travis. So. Is that true?
I try to help wherever I can. I'd like to blend some of the risk management, security aspect of the job with the risk transfer and insurance, and try to provide a holistic risk management strategy for
So
our
yes,
client.
it's true. Okay,
I'll take it. I'll say thank you.
All right, so resilience is an interesting. We've been chatting for the last few minutes. This is fascinating. I love risk. Okay, that came out wrong. I love understanding risk and working with risk. I think risk is one of the biggest things we're going to be working on for probably the next 20 years to get it right, because it's not right now. It's just not. You talk about likelihood and impact, and I go, that's nice topics of conversation, but as we said, it's not math, and it's not mathematical, and you can't take ordinal valued, small scale things and put them into formulas. And we do every day, and it's wrong. So I have so many questions, I'm sorry. I think the big one, though, is let's talk about what resilience is. Can we start there?
Oh, yeah, for sure. So Resilience is a cyber risk solution company.
Okay.
So we are a holistic risk management software provider. We also provide risk transfer or insurance for our clients. And so we're helping our clients really understand their risk a little bit better and then what to do about it. So whether that be improve their risk mitigation strategy or improve their security program, or perhaps find some ideal insurance terms. The most important thing for us, though, is to translate kind of all of the security activity that our clients are doing into something that's meaningful to finance folks, whether they be risk folks or a CFO type person.
You do that by being at dollars. You talk about dollars, your dollar denominated risk.
Yes.
And you're not saying, oh, it's 80% chance we may see ransomware sometime this decade. You're saying, look, if it happens, it's going to be $1 billion, $500 million or whatever of risk. Am I vaguely correct?
Oh, you're spot on. And so one of our mottos is your risk is our risk, because we're bought in together. If something happens to one of our clients, we're the ones who are writing the check. We're paying out that money.
Explain that.
Oh, definitely. So as an insurance organization, you're responsible for paying any claims that may occur. So that gives us the advantage of the visibility of both the things that happen from a frequency basis and how often those things happen to our clients, as well as how much those events cost. So the important thing to us is we have all of this data. We don't want to sit on it ourselves and use it for selfish purposes. We want to socialize and democratize the data and the analysis and kind of our view of what can occur, what has occurred, and how much that has cost. So that empirical data of these are what the claims look like.
That's what it should be.
That's what it should be.
Actual empirical actuarial data. When this happens, this is how many dollars are going to go out the door. From an underwrite, you're actually underwriting these policies.
We are. So we're an underwriter in that we write the insurance for the policies, but we go beyond the typical insurance process. Quite commonly, and if you even go back 10 years, insurance was 100% done through a static application.
Oh God.
10 years ago, it was
Don't
a 5-question application. It's not great.
I've seen single question applications. Do you have a firewall?
There you go.
It's in a box on the shelf. Does that count? Yes, it does.
You get insurance.
Don't even get me started. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, and in today's day and age, risk is dynamic.
Yeah.
Especially the theme of this conference is AI.
Agentic AI.
Agentic AI.
Have you seen the Agentic AI? Yeah, okay.
I think I need some agentic AI somewhere. But it's the real effects of AI are that risk is becoming more and more dynamic.
Yes.
So that static once a year insurance application, risk assessment doesn't cut it anymore.
Risk is not sitting still.
No.
And point-in-time pen tests, we try not to do those anymore. We're augmenting them with agentic AI exploitability checking, right?
Yep.
And so what are we doing with insurance? What are we doing with risk? What are we doing in terms of not being static, not being point in time? How are we dealing with that?
Yeah, so the way that we're taking an approach to understanding that risk, to underwriting it, to managing it, and then communicating the findings to our clients is to really understand from an attacker's lens what their footprint looks like and what are the opportunities for an opportunistic attack. So we take an outside-in approach that's also augmented by optional inside-out data. our clients are able to provide us with integrations, right?
Okay, so they can if they want. Now, if they provide you with an integration into their ticketing system or into their firewall or into their whatever, do they get a better insurance rate?
Insurance is a mixture of underlying insurance rates and premiums are a mixture of underlying risk. So risk characteristics specific to the organization, but also market pricing. So there's not a direct correlation. But what we really focus on are the benefits of engagement. So it's the back and forth between us, the insurer or risk solution provider, and you, the client, that really matters to us. And so if we see that back and forth, someone that wants to work with us, that we want to work with as well, we're going to recognize that with the best terms possible out there.
It's a relationship.
It's a relationship. It's a technology-driven relationship.
Yeah, but it's also, we see that you're doing proper things. We have integrations into your firewall, into your ticketing system, into whatever the integrations are. And we see you're continuously doing smart things and the best possible, best practices things. So because of that, we're going to give you better rates. I mean, am I paraphrasing it slightly?
Yeah, I think it's a fair characterization. So we're going to give you the best possible rates and terms possible.
Right.
And we believe one of the core values of resilience is transparency. So if you're transparent with us, we're going to be transparent with you. You give us that data. In return, we're going to show you exactly our view of risk that we see of you. So all of the same models, all of the same analysis and data that we use for our own underwriting, for our own insurance procurement processes, we share that with our clients. We show our clients, you're
going to share with me the data as to why you set my risk at X instead of Y or whatever, right?
That's the goal.
Okay. But nobody wants to share that data because it's valuation data. It's intellectual property. Don't you see it that way, or am I wrong?
Well, for a lot of insurance companies, it's proprietary information. They want to create as much profit margin as possible, and it's a standard business operation. There's nothing wrong with that, but we believe in a higher mission. Like, our goal is to make the world, de-risk the world from a cybersecurity perspective.
It's okay. You can say, I want to make the world a better place.
Oh, it's okay. We're kind of altruistic in that way.
Is that okay? Valid. Okay. Look, if we could make money of doing a lot easier things, okay?
Fair.
This is because it's important, and that's why we do it. So I'm good with that.
Okay. It's important. We want to provide folks with the visibility and the understanding to know where they are now. How much financial risk are they presenting to the entire organization, and really equipping that security leader with the data, with the narrative to help translate their security activities to something meaningful to non-security disciplined folks. The finance team, the board of directors.
So you're helping them communicate with the other levels and helping technical people, technologists, to communicate in business, because you're helping them communicate in dollars. Do you know how many times I've said that? Do you know how many times I've said that over and over and over again to people? If you can't communicate in dollars, business people don't listen. Yeah. And so you're giving them, not just giving them the insurance. Awesome, very cool. Yeah. You're giving them insurance based on the information they're giving you, so that inside-out perspective we were talking about. But you're also giving them the tools to communicate with their leadership as to why we're getting this rate and what we could do to make it better. And if we make an investment of X dollars, we get a Y% deduction in our rate, or could have. And so, am I correct in what I'm saying?
Yeah, and so we're looking at what is the optimal risk strategy for our clients, and helping them decide on their roadmap as they continue along over the course of a few years. As we've talked about AI here at this conference, we understand that risk is dynamic. Yeah. So your cyber risk strategy has to be dynamic as well. Is it good enough to set a strategy and then check it in a year?
No, absolutely not.
Can't do that.
Absolutely. Look, we talked about point in time. That's BS. It's been 11 months. Let's get everything ready for the insurance people. Come on, man.
It just doesn't work.
It's like a pen test. You do a pen test, 5 minutes after you do the pen test, some developer commits code, and guess what? Your pen test just went out the window. Yeah. So it's the same thing with risk. And because that code that they committed is risk.
It's risk.
Whether it's a risk mitigator, or whether it's a risk creator, it's risk. Okay, I know, I'm sorry. It's an interview of you, not me, okay? Let's be clear, but I'm having fun. This is actually fun for me, because this is kind of where I live. And I mentioned I started a nonprofit to work on this. And after this is over, I do want to work with you on this. But the thing is that risk is fluid, it's dynamic. You're giving these people the information to deal with it. Yeah. I cannot tell you how nice that is, because we operate in a vacuum. And most security practitioners operate in a vacuum and risk practitioners. How do you think, and this is a weird one, sorry, it's coming out of left field, how do you think that what you're doing is going to change the risk field, especially in cybersecurity, of course? Say 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Go ahead. Speculate, please.
Oh, I mean, who knows what the future holds?
Right.
But my hopes, dreams, desires are that when we take a look at the GRC discipline, we're not so focused on the compliance aspect of what's going on. We're emphasizing the risk.
Yeah.
So let's make R the dominant letter in GRC. Risk, there's acceptable risk, there's unacceptable risk, and if it's unacceptable according to your own organization's risk tolerance, well, what do you do about it? And that's where we can help provide or equip clients or organizations with that strategy. You can transfer that risk via insurance, that's okay. That shouldn't be
That's a valid way to do it.
That's valid. Shouldn't be your only risk strategy.
Mitigation is a nice one. I like mitigation.
I like
We're good with that.
We're good with that. This conference is all about mitigation. And so
No, this conference is about ads, but anyway. I mean, let's be honest. I literally have pictures. I've been taking pictures from an Instagram album of all the different ads on buses and stores and everything. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But I mean, but your point is valid. This conference is about the tools, techniques, people, processes, technologies that we can use to mitigate risk and to be better at what we do. And I think this mindset, philosophy that you're espousing of understanding risk, using the data that you collect as an underwriter and pushing it back, that really brings it interestingly home. Your risk is our risk.
Yeah.
I like that because you're saying if you're going to transfer it, we're going to take that transfer. But if we think that you're taking unnecessary risks, that transfer fee, it might be a little too large. And then we're going to measure the dollar risk or the dollar output versus your risk appetite. And you'll help them measure and sort of equalize all those risks and costs. Am I correct?
Yeah, we can help measure and we can help our clients manage that risk as well, to use two M's and alliteration, who it's easy to remember with alliteration.
It's cool. Mnemonics are interesting.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
So, I mean, this is actually really fascinating. I'm sorry, I'm having such a good time.
Me too.
I love the fact, I do want to, there's some phrases that you have, structural accountability problem.
Yeah.
I'd love for you to explain that because this is great.
Yeah, when you take a look at the CISO discipline, especially in larger or more complex organizations, the group CISO has the accountability for
Yes.
their entire cyber risk program. Well, with that accountability comes risk to the individual.
The Joseph Sullivan case.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Joseph Sullivan at Uber, for example. Do you have sufficient visibility across all facets of your organization? Similarly,
No.
no.
I'm
no
just
one
going to say
does.
no.
And so how can you manage that? Whether you're a PE firm, whether you're a multi kind of layer organization, how do you manage kind of the granularity of your security program and up-level that into an overarching opinion of risk or understanding of your risk at the portfolio level? So you take a look at Change Healthcare, for example.
Right. Oh, yeah.
It's a subsidiary presented effectively a bunch of risk to the parent organization. Was there sufficient visibility there? Did someone actively manage the risk, and was someone at the parent level actively employing a proper cyber risk management strategy for that? I don't know, but the visibility there
Was crap.
it wasn't there. It just wasn't there. And it's maybe to no one's fault. Risk can be very complex, but we can do better. So we can provide a solution that provides granularity at the individual entity level.
Right.
And then how does it all roll up?
Subsidiary and roll it up back to the full, where the CISO over all of these organizations, all of these entities, goes, I had no idea. That's why we're here.
That's right.
That's an interesting point. We've talked about dollar denomination, we've talked about communication, and your point, and now visibility. And I think that's fascinating. One more question.
Okay.
When you talk about visibility, right now the regulations are moving towards continuous compliance, continuous risk management, continuous risk measurement, and also that the board is the board isn't complicit. The board is responsible for some of that risk. The board isn't insulated anymore. The board level risks of the risk are becoming real. What do you think about that?
Yeah, you look at SEC regulations or proposed SEC regulations, you look at DORA in Europe as well. The board must be informed and actively manage that risk, even if they don't have the direct visibility that they've had in the past. So that creates a gap. So they're accountable, they're responsible for this, but are they sufficiently equipped with the tools, with the visibility to say, hey, I've actively measured this risk, I've managed it, I understand the financial ramifications of exceeding my risk tolerance to our shareholders. There's corporate responsibility now at the board level. So this is a really nice opportunity for our security leaders and our practitioners to partner with our non-security counterparts within the business, so our finance leaders, our operations leaders, to say, we're in this together. We're going to equip our board of directors with the best information possible in a way that's meaningful to them, meaningful to our shareholders. So if you're a publicly traded in the United States, for example, let's put it on the 10K. We can really show not that we have measured or identified our cyber risks, but we've quantified the amount of risk that we're detecting and
accepting. Travis, this is absolutely fantastic. I got to say thank you. This is lovely. And with that, thank you for joining us today. To learn more about resilience, please visit securityweekly.com/resilienceRSAC. And for full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be back after the break.
Okay, welcome to RSAC 2026 Day 3. I'm still here. We're all still here. We're all still having fun. Yeah, I'm a little worse for the wear, but we're managing. I'm Doug White, and joining me today is the amazing Aamir Lakhani.
Hey, Aamir Lakhani.
He's has a title that I mean, this is a title. The Global Director of Threat Intelligence and Adversarial Artificial Intelligence Research at Fortinet, and yes, I practice saying that. Thanks for coming down.
Exactly. I was actually trying to crash the badge reader when I came up with that title.
I was thinking, you must have a wider door in your office, just like for the sign, and I'm sure they like you. They
exactly.
Pay with a letter.
You know, the title's one thing, but I think what's really exciting is like what does that really mean, right? I think I really have a cool job. I get to actually look at what the bad guys are doing. I find their techniques. I even look at their motivation. I do a little bit of forensics accounting, looking at where the money's going. And I create machine learning models to baseline those attacks. And then I work with our dev teams to create AI models to stop those attacks.
It actually sounds like almost a dream job to me. I mean, really, I'm not just saying that. I was reading that title and I was thinking, that sounds really, really cool. I like the idea.
It's a fun job for sure.
I did want to ask you a question because when I read it, and sometimes I see things and I want to make sure what I think it means and what it really means are correct. And the thing in that title that was adversarial artificial intelligence. I love the sound of that. But can you tell me what that means? Just what does that part of it mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we have a lot of researchers all over RSA. Everyone's talking about AI, and they're talking about how AI can be used for defensive purposes, especially with agentic AI and agents.
Okay.
My job is the opposite. It's how can AI be used for attack purposes? How can we kind of turn AI against the world, again, make it evil? And the more I learn about that, the more information we have on defending against those kind of attacks.
Right.
So I'm looking at poisoning AI with advanced prompt injection attacks, things like stealing models with oscillation attacks, trying to do as much as I can to basically turn it into evil and then use that against targets that may not be expecting that and see what the reaction is. And that's where the baseline of protecting against those attacks comes from.
So it is my dream job. No, I mean that's like when I was first doing a lot of this stuff, that was where I kind of wanted to sit, because that's like what you today call a pen tester.
Yes.
And I didn't want to be evil. I do, but I'm not. But I love the evil things. I love scams and cons and all these kind of things. And being able to design attacks and run them against simulated systems and teaches you how they work. And
exactly. Like most of the people with this type of job, I think they started off as pen testing, red teaming, got into actually writing exploits with shell code, and we were spending a lot of time in debuggers. And then I think this is a natural evolution of basically red teaming with AI agents. Then you got let's attack these agents itself.
Yeah, I mean, just I have a firewalling class, and last week I ended up writing a click fix attack, and it's all on a private network, and and it was so much fun. I was writing this thing that would, once the victim downloads it, it starts beaconing and talking back, and it was just so they could see the firewall, stopping it. Like how do you damp this down? That was so much fun. I love doing that kind of stuff, but I don't want to be a bad guy, so I get to have fun. And it sounds like that's what adversarial artificial intelligence is doing with you.
Exactly.
So you guys have a huge report, which is probably what we should talk about, that is about these kind of trends. And just a little while ago, Adrian and I were talking about, what will be the big word next year at RSAC and so forth. And I said robotic overlords. And I guess my question for you is maybe what is the one big word that you think is going to be coming on the horizon from your reports?
Well, I definitely like robotic overlords. I think that's interesting. When I looked at that report, it's easy to see with every threat report, hey, things are getting bad. They're getting worse than they've ever been before. That's every year, right? Yeah. Attacks are increasing. That's every year, and AI is everywhere. And I saw that, but I tried to look at what some of this data means behind that. For example, I I saw things like brute force attempts are going down, reconnaissance is going down, and at first I was like, that's kind of cool. Are we doing a better job? But that's not true. What's really happening is exploitations are going up, which means attackers are just getting a lot more efficient in what they do, and they're not really even worried about like spending time like up front anymore because they're so efficient, and they're not even worried about attacking anymore because I kind of say this: hackers don't hack anymore; they just simply log in to your networks because there's so many breaches. A very like large percentage of breaches are occurring because of stolen credentials, credential stuffing. As security guys, like, I know we probably have a separate username and password and two-factor authentication for everything we log into, but that probably isn't normal for most people, and people are like losing passwords, and that's occurring.
Yeah, and I mean, actual criminal bad guys have always been efficient.
Yes,
because the harder they have to work, the more risk they experience, and running brute force attacks and doing clever. I mean, I've been doing this for years, and I'm like, why would you come up with a 0-day, and spend months or long time trying to come up with these things when you could just literally say, could I have the keys to your car?
Right.
And oh yeah, sure. And
exactly. We follow like some of these like private Telegram groups. Sometimes they're private WhatsApp channels where the attackers are actually talking and having conversations. And it's funny because maybe 10 years ago, if you like used a off-the-shelf tool like from GitHub, modified that, you were a script kiddie, you got like no respect from your peers as an attacker. And now it's the opposite. If you don't do that, you kind of like get no respect, or like, well, you're stupid if you're actually writing your own code. Like, like take something old. Even just a couple of weeks ago, I saw a repackaged Mirai botnet, and Mirai, when did it came out? Like 2013 or something like that, right?
Or earlier. That's an old one.
Yeah, it's an old one. But someone took that. And it looked like we had evidence that they used a frontier model, AI model, repackaged that, put it into Rust instead of whatever it was initially in Python, I think, and repackaged that, changed some things around, and it was actually pretty effective for a very short amount of time. And why not? It's already done. All the hard work's done for you.
Yeah. Do you think that I was talking to somebody yesterday, and we were talking about resourcing, old things, and that's exactly what I think one of the pieces AI does for people is to take something that's maybe tired and old and completely revitalize it and inject new threats into it.
Exactly, and AI is getting smarter. Like the attackers have tools that are kind of pretty neat, I would say. Like if anyone's used like Fraud GPT or Worm GPT, it used to be like these tools were great at like crafting phishing emails. It's much more than that. It can say like, I want to attack, organization XYZ. It'll say, okay, I will scan organization XYZ. I'll look on Shodan. I'll look at what they have exposed to the internet. I'll see what vulnerabilities they have. Here's the packages you can write. And by the way, the best way to attack is by attacking these people through social media. And you don't even have to make friends with them. Right. You can just join the same Facebook group as them and start posting things, and most likely they'll click on it.
Yeah, another thing that I was talking to people about was about the ability to collect massive amounts of data on anyone.
Yeah.
And then not just about their name or whatever, but like by collecting their photographs and all this, and sending out AI agents to just literally say, I want to know what room you're staying in at this conference, and this photograph and that photograph, that there, I bet it's right there, and that kind of thing. I mean, those are really emerging threats.
Exactly. A couple of years ago at Black Hat, I did a talk where, and it was a proof of concept, but essentially like we were using LinkedIn profiles to try and target people of certain like backgrounds and ethnicities. Yeah. Like, could like a country like Russia possibly target Ukrainian citizens in the U.S. and basically it was all using AI, agentic AI, to find these people, use facial recognition, and craft an attack based on their social media profile.
And some of that is just like old-fashioned spycraft. It's just at an accelerated pace. I mean, because I remember going to I don't know what they call it, counterintelligence training or something that was supposed to, when I worked for the government, it was supposed to, help me, identify Russian agents who might be approaching you. But now I think that's accelerated. I mean, it's become almost instantaneous.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point because, we used to find a vulnerability used to come out. Attackers used to scan those vulnerabilities, look for systems that are not patched. It's funny, when I first got into cybersecurity, everyone used to tell me the best thing you can do as a cybersecurity professional is to patch systems. and I think whoever said that never had to patch systems at scale, right?
Yeah.
Right. But that's not even true anymore, because what's happening is systems are being continuously scanned and indexed, right? And so AI already has, or databases have this index of what the system exists, and once a vulnerability comes out, time to exploit is pretty much zero these days.
Yes. And that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Because I certainly do know about patching firewalls and patching VM servers and things like that. Sounds easy until you try to do it. And of course, I came to the mainframe world where the IPL patch process was like 7 hours or something, and that was a bad 7 hours.
Well, even in my personal lab, so I have a personal lab that's co-hosted, that's not at my house, right? So even when I patch, I'm like, okay, I don't have physical access to this, so I need to make sure this patch actually works. That I have some sort of backup, like automatic reboot. If it,
Been there, done that.
Exactly.
Well, drive to the university at 3 o'clock in the morning because I tried to patch my firewall and the whole thing it locked, and it was fine, but I had to go physically there to bring it back up.
Exactly. It almost sounds like a marketing line, but we are being attacked at machine speeds, and the only way to really combat that is to defend at machine speeds as well. And I think AI is the only way we can help against that, right? And with automation, of course.
Right.
I kind of feel like this is the first time in my career where I feel like we kind of have a fighting chance. It's more than just a cat and mouse game, that we actually have a chance, because right now the barrier to entry for AI is still a little high with advanced GPUs and costs and memory costs and stuff like that.
Right.
So I think the good guys probably have a little better chance, but I think it's a really small window, of course. For a very, very small window, because we know things are changing, and we know how even your local models that you're running on your laptop, on your Mac minis and things like that are very, very good.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I think that in the very short run, though, we're going to see the rise of rogue AI, and just like we have with everything else, there's going to be a dark web of AI where you can buy into it.
Absolutely.
Do you think that how is this going to evolve over the next few years that you see it happening? Obviously the bad guys are going to get up to machine speed, and it turns kind of back into a cat and mouse game of who has the most GPUs or something. But where do you see that evolving to next? How does this game kind of start to play out?
Well, I think first of all, I really think that we haven't seen the last evolution of AI, right? LLMs is not the last thing. And I also think that it's going to be very, very difficult to stop prompt injection. Sam Altman from OpenAI said there's probably no solution against prompt injection. So we can filter against that. We can mitigate some of those risks, but it's going to be there. So we're going to have to definitely up our game, and attackers are going to know this. I think we're also seeing kind of the merger between the traditional threat actors, as well as now with all the things going on in the world, state-sponsored attacks, hacktivism, which is almost just PR for state-sponsored attacks now, and so there's all this crazy stuff that we kind of need to get a handle on what's going on, and it's a little hard to do that because things are in so much flux right now.
And one of the things I kept thinking about was a kind of evolutionary rogue AI, where just like we're talking about the social media, if I can give a very powerful AI that has no real guardrails on it, because I think that's naive.
Yes.
I can already sweet talk Claude into doing things that it probably shouldn't do, giving me code it probably shouldn't give me. It's not for nefarious purposes, but I still can do it, into something that you can say, I need to, and you could of course maybe not say this, but I need to compromise that. And something that machine.
But you could probably say, tell me a story of how
or it's a rogue AI, and I go, let's hurt somebody today, and it can go out and collect this massive amount of information about every possible attack surface, and put all that together into a cohesive strategy.
Right. Well, that's already there. Those tools are already there on the darknet, and I think Worm GPT, if I remember correctly, a lifetime membership a couple of months ago was $1,000, and it's basically GPT 4.0 completely unguarded.
Just no rails, no nothing, and it'll do whatever you want.
Exactly.
And I think we're going to develop capabilities to be able to spin those kind of things up both permanently and ephemerally. I see these ephemeral AIs coming up too that are like special purpose tools. And I think we're going to get to the point where we can almost do that on, the local desktop.
Exactly. I think people are we always talk about identity being so important, and people need to now realize that identity is going to just expand like tenfold, right? Like it's going to be like non-human identity of agents, identity of devices, right? And like how do you manage that, right? That's going to be the key.
Yeah, I actually talked to somebody this week who was talking about that reputation would become more important than identity, because these non-human identities, these ephemerals, will not be able to establish long-term identity.
Right.
It's just they pop up, they do something, they go away, and it's going to be impossible to manage this in this traditional, let's get you a username and password, Bill, and we'll get you signed in and a badge. It's just not going to work that way, and we're going to have to find ways to manage these unbelievable numbers of identities.
Exactly. Even in our labs right now, we have basically proof of concepts of agents. We call them level 5 agents because they'll spin up their own agent. Like like now we're trying to do things like spin agent up in its own agent container to keep it a little more secure. We'll see how that works. But there's all these ideas out there. But like we're at the point where agents can spin up their own agents. They can like basically connect to a toolbox, like download APIs for a certain task that it's already analyzed and complete that task, and then if it's no longer needed, delete itself. Or
wow, and I'm not a doom and gloomer. I'm not. I sometimes play that role, but I'm really not. But a lot of this is very scary to me, and I think paradigm shifts are always very scary. And I think we're really literally standing in the shallow water of a very deep pond of paradigm shift that's coming very soon.
Yeah, but it's also the information that it's giving us is also pretty amazing. That product, or that's proof of concept, we actually were running with a client that had a slowdown in their network. So we just basically asked AI, why do I have this slowdown? And I said, well, you have this slowdown because of high memory usage. Mm-hmm. High memory usage occurred because of this attack that's coming in on the network. This attack came in because someone had a USB drive, and then they disabled the program to basically allow USB drives onto the system. And by the way, I've looked at across all your systems, and all these artifacts match up with a threat actor, a certain threat actor, and so it was able to put all that together essentially in one prompt.
Wow. Well, I could talk to you all day, Aamir, but unfortunately, thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
And it was really exciting to get to talk to you. I had never spoken with you before, and that was really fun. If you want to learn more about Fortinet, please visit securityweekly.com/Fortinet, RSAC. And for all the rest of our RSAC 2026 coverage here as Day 3 continues from CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And if you hang around, we got coverage all day long, or as long as my voice holds out. So there you go.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Adrian Sanabria, and joining me today is Jimmy White, VP of AI at F5. Thanks for being here, Jimmy.
Thanks for having me, Adrian.
Jimmy, so we're going to talk about AI agents today.
I hope so.
Securing AI agents, and this is perhaps the top topic. Like if we were to take all the titles of all the talks and analyze them, maybe take all the messaging from all the booths and analyze them, I think securing AI agents would probably be up there. I've never seen a technology like this where usually we have some time to prepare, but never seen anything thrust into enterprise quite as quickly as AI, as your title might suggest, right?
Yeah.
At F5.
I mean, 23 to 25, it was like a 2-year time frame for Gen AI to go from prototype, using it, getting used to it, to production. That was 2 years. And that, at the time, if you remember, seemed like super quick. Everybody said, whoa, I've never seen adoption this fast in enterprise. Fast forward to now, agent only took 6 months to go from prototype to production. So like RSA this year, it's agent mania everywhere, right? There's a couple of trucks driving around with the billboards, and every single one of them says agent on it, every single one.
Yeah.
So what's super interesting is the time companies have to create solutions to the problem, explain it in a way that their customers can understand, how it solves their problem. That time frame has been massively reduced. And so I think you get it right now is a lot of confusion, right? People are wondering, what problem do they have? How do they solve it? And then what solutions really are solving a problem versus just saying they do.
Yeah. And it's and there's multiple layers of problems here, right? Like the first is because it's being deployed so quick and so broadly, with some companies even mandating that you use AI technology, whether you're comfortable or familiar with it or not. I imagine the first big challenge, and I'm not sure if you're doing this directly or maybe one of your partnerships, which we'll talk about here, just discovering them all, finding them and figuring out what they're connected to, what data they have access to.
Yeah, and so this is like a very layered problem. So discovery used to be traditionally in 2 categories. It was, what are you doing to protect your employees using SaaS tools, etc. What data, access, authorization. And then there's the other side, which is protecting the products that you actually run, right? That your customers use, right? So applications. But now you've got this in the middle piece, which is, okay, CLIs are back. Everyone thought they were gone forever, right? Now, TUIs
the Linux folks, they was never gone.
Yeah, they're diehards. But it's back, and engineers are now using these, which sits between both of them, right? They're technically using services like LLMs for the brain of the code generation they're doing, but they're also applications that they're building applications with these that are now running.
Yeah.
And so these are run by Claude Code. You can say to Claude Code, hey, run my application. So it's really blurred the lines. So from a discovery perspective, your company's going to be worried about outside in, inside out, and then this new hybrid approach, which they want to know what their engineers are building, where is it running? Is it running on their machine? Is it running on a cloud? Is it running on a staging environment? Whatever.
Yeah.
And how did it get there? Was it placed there by Gen AI itself, or did the engineer follow the SDLC process?
Yeah.
And what's happening right now is there's huge confusion, right? Even engineering leaders don't know what to tell their teams to do.
Yeah.
Do they follow the old process? Do they embrace the new? Is it somewhere in between?
Yeah, what engineer? Like Phil in finance is vibe coding a new app, and like it's interesting what you mentioned here. Like there's if you want Phil in finance to be able to build applications, he's not going to be a full stack engineer, right? So we're now starting to see AI like vibe coding platforms where the all the layers, so the server layers, the database, the HA, the load balancers, all that's abstracted away from them. They don't even know it exists there. They just say, launch the application. And does it have a TLS certificate? Phil doesn't know.
No. And our stance on that is, Phil certainly doesn't know.
Yeah.
Not to say anything bad about Phil, he's a great guy. But when an agent's building something, it's too late if it's built. It's too late if it's running. And so what we need to do is, and it seems a little bit dystopian to talk about it this way, but agents think of this chain of thought, and they're figuring out what code to write and what code to change, what code to modify, what to do with that code. And so Phil is giving them an outcome he wants. The agent will figure out what to do, how to create that. But there are many permutations of viable ways of achieving that, just like a normal engineer building it. And so what's the right way and where are the wrong ways? Now, something that's really cool about agents is they act very like humans in that they think, they try something, they rethink, they try something else. We don't want that necessarily with agents though, right? Humans, we have trust in them. And the speed they can operate at is limited to that human being. With agents, they can go at machine speed. And so it's critical that you police the thought, not just the action. And so understanding what the agent's planning on doing. So it's almost like a Minority Report pre-crime, right? You're trying to stop them before they do something. And then when they're going to do something wrong, if you block that, it has the same effect as a stroke for that agent, right? The agent loses the connection between its brain and its body. And so what you need to, instead of blocking it, is inject a nuanced nudge, right? A thought. Okay. So change that thought from, I'm going to create a SQL statement that doesn't have a limit, to saying, hey, remember, we need to reduce our impact on the database from a latency and load perspective, and then it will rethink and come up with a better SQL statement.
Top 1,000.
Yeah, things like that, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's so obviously you need to be in line somewhere to be able to do that sort of thing. And it's like generally we found with AI, the more descriptive, the more specific you are, the better chances you have of getting a good result. But some of these people prompting these things, again, Phil, maybe Phil does need a course on prompt engineering, but he's not going to get it right 100% of the time.
No.
So this is something you're actually talking about doing, or actually doing, like inserting.
You can walk down to the floor and see that crazy stuff in action right now. And so, one of the things I really want to get across is that the what is always important, the outcome, right? So people are over-indexing on the what, but the how is way more important with agents. Because with a human, if you say, hey, it's warm in here, Mary, can you make it a bit cooler? Mary's not going to throw a chair through the window, right? And create some draft, right? Whereas an agent, right? An agent could go, hey, what's the quickest way to cool down this room, right? And so the how is super important, right? So that observability is critical, not just monitoring the what.
I love that example. Because that's literally like I need you to clean up this mess. Okay, deleting inbox.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like we've actually seen some of that. We've seen the equivalent of a chair through a window to cool off the room. Yeah.
It's like if you ask your kids to tidy up their toys and just throw them under the couch, right?
Yeah.
They've technically achieved the goal.
Yeah, children are very good at finding these loopholes.
Right, and actually that's how I tend to treat agents, right? If you're too prescriptive, they just follow to the letter of the law. You're not getting any force multiplier effect. If you're too vague, you're going to get really wild
interpretations.
Interpretations, exactly right, yeah.
That's great. Let's talk a little bit about, so one of the big challenges here with AI is, that it feels like we're starting to coalesce around some solution, some structure here on how we handle identity with them, access control. Because obviously for them to be useful, we want them to have access to as much stuff as possible, but then from the security perspective, oh my God, no, you don't get read-write to the entire code repository. Like we can't do that. So managing the identity piece here, I think you do have a partnership with Skyfire, which I'm not familiar with. So tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so one of the, I think, obvious things when especially when you're walking around RSA, is that you see AI on every single banner. And F5 has a hard-earned brand of being a trusted vendor. And when you bring in the AI space, we want to maintain that reputation. And so when we look at areas we want to partner with, for obvious reasons, to bring a combined solution to market for our customers, we need other trusted brands to do that with us, right? So Skyfire and indeed ForcePoint, we know those companies well, we know their brands well, and collectively we hit on all the different areas that we need to do to secure the customer's environment. The data with ForcePoint, we've got the agent discovery and identification with Skyfire, and we've got the guardrails with AI guardrails from F5. And so when you think about those three elements, that's covering the whole ecosystem. And so a customer wants to know that, and we spoke about this before off air, data is critical, right? That data is flowing through AI into agents.
Yeah.
New data is being created by those agents, locally and remotely. That then is generated through a brain, an AI model, protected by guardrails. And that is on an infinite loop at machine speed. And so if you don't have those three aspects covered in your security posture, you have huge blind spots.
Yeah.
And so that was the intention of these partnerships. It's so that we can give the full 360. And I hate that term because I know it's such buzzwordy, but that loop that keeps on going. And if you think of a company of 1,000 people, and that CEO says, we're going to be AI first, right? And we hear that a lot these days.
Yeah.
You've got 1,000 people, and to your point, some of those are like super used to AI. They use it in their personal lives, they're comfortable.
Yeah.
Some are like, oh, what is this? I don't know how to use it, and they're reticent. And then some are doing mission critical things in your company, using AI for the first or second time. And so that's 1,000 new use cases day one.
Yeah.
And they all use data, agents, and AI.
Yeah. So, as I kind of think through, like, is this the agents are already out there, we're already deploying this stuff. I was kind of shocked to see even my most conservative clients just jumped in both feet, didn't wait on security, didn't wait on legal, didn't wait on anybody. They just, they said, we need this stuff yesterday. So when we talk about trying to tug back on the reins, I think this is probably one of the toughest times in the history of security to be able to try and pump the brakes. And are we in more of an observational phase at this point? Are you seeing people actually doing some enforcement and being able to effectively put guardrails in place without getting a lot of pushback from the IT side of things?
It's a good question because the answer isn't a binary. It's across the spectrum.
Yeah. Even within the same company, I imagine it's all over the place.
Oh, absolutely. And you've got technical teams who are not always the ones who are embracing it. They've concerns, worries.
Yeah.
But there's definitely
that's what's unique with this is usually it's IT going off and doing stuff. It's the executives.
Yeah.
Right? Like IT's even kind of like a little nervous, right?
Well, there's the term I use is foam AI, right?
Yeah.
Fear of missing out on AI, right? You've got this huge problem across the industry. But when we go to applying guardrails and taking that first step in security, it is way easier to learn how to swim in the water than it is on land, right?
Yeah.
If you're not in there trying things, figuring out the crawl, walk, run strategy for your organization, from a security posture to understanding what the new increased attack surface is, you are missing out, and every day you're getting further and further behind. So one of the things I always suggest to our customers is at least establish a crawl strategy. Get in the water, figure out what you can do on a small, very low risk basis so that your team become familiarized with the tooling, they learn what they're doing, and then they start gaining in confidence to say, okay, let's take on the next. Yeah,
you do, and that's what I've been advising from the beginning is a lot of people started making assumptions. Well, AI can do this, but it can't do this. Go try it. Because often you'd be surprised. Or you would think surely it can do this, and it absolutely fails at that. It turns out non-deterministic doesn't work well for that use case. So you really do have to just, and why wouldn't you try it? It's one of the more accessible. With quantum computing also around, it's funny. The difference between the two. One is literally just create an account in 30 seconds you're using it, versus other technologies that are, when big data came out, that wasn't the most accessible thing. And that's big difference here is consumers are using it, right? Everybody's using it here. But I love the water metaphor. You definitely shouldn't practice diving on land.
Yeah, without a helmet.
Yeah, even with the helmet, I wouldn't recommend it.
So yeah, one of the every time I come back to San Francisco, we talk about how quickly it's advancing. I always look at Waymo as a kind of a divining rod. 2 years ago, I took a Waymo and it was very limited to where it could go.
Yeah.
And it had humans take over every now and again. Now I've just heard the Waymos allowed to go to the airport.
Yep.
Right.
Well, for limited people,
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, they're not letting me do it, but yeah, it's like a beta. Really, like they let. I don't know how many people get to, but I guess I don't use it enough to be open up to that pool.
Right.
But yeah.
But I guess
I'm excited about it.
Yeah, just seeing the advancement every time, and that's in a real world, immersed in organic nature, right? So the amount of non-deterministic things that happen in nature. If you're looking for high entropy, nature is the answer, right?
Yeah.
And so in a bustling city of San Francisco, to have a car bring a human being that's precious from A to airport, that's really, really impressive.
Yeah.
And so then you think about every single person out there has a phone, they're all using AI. I don't know if have you seen a real LinkedIn profile in like the last 12 months?
Yeah.
Everyone's so beautiful right now, right?
Yeah.
Because they're all using AI. So what's really interesting is the ubiquity is certainly there already, certainly. But now bringing it into business use cases, folks treat it differently, right? They're worried because it's their job on the line if they mess up, right? And so they're looking to their security teams to say, help me safely use this. I really want to use it. I want to embrace it. I'm used to it from at home.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure I can't accidentally do something that causes me to get in trouble.
Yeah, yeah. And it's tough for us to promise, but we got to try.
Oh yeah. And one of the things when we like the folks using it are trying, the security teams are trying. Everyone's learning together, and that's that pace from 0 to 6 months. We've seen 0 to production, POC to production, and that's the fastest in my 20 plus years career. That's the fastest ever new technology adoption I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, Jimmy, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you.
Enjoyed the discussion. To learn more about F5, you can visit securityweekly.com/F5 RSAC for full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance. Visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be back after the break.
Thank you.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Adrian Sanabria, and joining me today is Ashish Jain, CTO at OneSpan. Thanks for joining me today.
Thank you for having me.
How's your show been so far?
It's been great so far. Hectic, back-to-back meetings.
Yeah.
I'm getting my steps done.
Yeah, me too. Me too, definitely. All right, so today we're talking about why passkeys, it's prime time. It's ready for banking. Yeah, I think it was maybe a year ago when I saw that Target defaulted to having you set up a passkey when you first created an account. I was like, okay, this is going to be a thing. Like it's time. So, what were some of the barriers we had to get through to get here, right? To be able to say, okay, it's time for passkeys.
Yeah, I think over the years there has always been a challenge in between security and experience for the end user.
Yeah.
And authentication has always been in the middle of that. And at some point of time, if you think about it, login is the first touch point your end user has to your application or your services, and you're changing the behavior of the consumer.
Yeah.
So we had to get the things in the back right, but we also had to get the things for the end user to get it right, so that we can ask for a change of a consumer behavior. And I think we are at a point now where we can make that happen.
So I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the bits of feedback that I've heard is like some people are uncomfortable with passkeys because they've been so behaviorally trained that there's a username and there's a password. And MFA was easy because it was just like a second password, right? Like this code on a hardware token on my phone or something like that, push off, that just felt like an additional step. But taking away a step, that feels weird. It feels unsafe to people. So is that just more training? How do we get people comfortable with using passkeys?
Yeah, so I think we have trained our end users over the years that is the behavior you have to go through.
Yeah.
So I won't say it's easy, but it is consistent.
Yeah.
And whenever it comes down to consumer rollouts, consistency generally ends up beating simplicity.
Yeah.
And that's what happened with passwords and SMS-based codes. But if you look at the actual data, and in fact, FIDO Alliance did something you search for called Passkey Index Report.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the key metrics that you look at for authentication is the sign-in completion rate. So the number of users who show up to the login page and number of users who are able to complete the login. Mm-hmm. For username and a password, generally, that sign-in completion rate is about 80 to 90% across the industry.
Yeah.
It varies on the platform. Like on the web, it's easier. On the mobile devices, a little bit harder because you have to type it in.
Yeah.
The sign-in completion rate for SMS is about 60 to 70%.
Okay.
So the number of people who attempt, you get a code, you type it in, that's about that range. And in the Passkey Index report, I think it came to about 63%, so right in that range. The Passkey completion rate is 93%.
Wow, okay.
So even though the perception can be that, hey, I'm asking you to change the behavior, but once the behavior is changed, 93% people who attempt a passkey are able to complete it. Mm-hmm. The second data metrics that we have measured is when you do an MFA, the average time it takes for an end user to complete an MFA is about 31.2 seconds. Mm-hmm. The average time it takes for a user to log in using a passkey is 8.5 seconds.
Right.
So overall, from the data, we are at a point to feel very confident that the experience of the passkey is much simpler and easier. We had to get to the point that people feel this is a consistent experience across every site.
I think this is particularly important in banking because like most of the applications I log into leave me logged in for weeks, months, years at a time, right? I have some kind of OAuth token that just sits in my browser cache somewhere and keeps me logged in. But banking, like a lot of banking still times out after 15 minutes, makes you log back in. I remember when I was just going through my transactions, updating my finances, I would probably log into my banking website 10, 20 times each time I do that. And it's really annoying, right? So with passkey, reducing that friction, Like that seems like like maybe even a differentiator to other banks, right? Something that people do so often, checking their balance, checking their payments. Just reducing that friction. That's a lot of overhead.
Yeah, and I think that's the balance that you mentioned the OAuth access token. So generally, what happens is you log in, I give you an access token, and depending upon my security risk posture, I may make it to 10 minutes or I may make it to 30 days. Mm-hmm. And if you are a social site, maybe it's okay. For a banking, so that's the choice every website owner has to make every single day. That what is the right timeout. And the reason is because if I try to ask you to log in every single time, mm-hmm. and it takes 31.5 seconds, my sign-in completion rate would be significantly low, and I need to be taken into account. I think what passkey have done, which is they are inherently more secure by design.
Yeah.
So I'll give you like 3 key data points of how the attack happens today, for instance, right?
Okay, yeah.
You mentioned password. The most common way people attack the passwords is what you call stuffing attacks or credential stuffing attacks.
Sure, it gets leaked through some attack.
So you get to
passwords.
You get to a dark web. You get what you call a combo list, a username and a password list, like 1 million, and then you run a very simple script. You go to every website. You try to replay it.
See how many good ones you've got.
How many you get? These are the most common volumetric attack. You have 1 million list. You get 10 successful logins. It will make your day.
Yeah.
The second one is the phishing, where I'm sure you've seen that. You get an email or a text message, you click on a link, you go to the website, and you end up entering your credentials, and next thing you know, you have a breach. The third one is the man-in-the-middle or adversary-in-the-middle attack, where you can either do that by a proxy layer, or somebody will call you on the phone by saying, I'm calling from customer support, give me your code. What Passkeys has done from a security standpoint is just eliminate all of them just by design. So for instance, there is no shared secret. Mm-hmm. It is a key pair, cryptographically secure, so the website never has access to the private key. Mm-hmm. So there is no such thing as a combo list that you can go and try. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Similarly for phishing, every passkey is domain bound, mm-hmm. or origin bound, which is, if it is a phishing website, and you go to that website to present a passkey, the OS and browser will not give you the option. So even by accident, you cannot be phished. Same thing for man-in-the-middle, which is, there is no code to give. Mm-hmm. The way passkeys operate is the private key is on the device. It gets unlocked by a gesture. It can be a Face ID or a fingerprint or a PIN code, but the user presence is required. Mm-hmm. And because of that, if somebody calls you, hey, can you give me your SMS code? I have nothing to give.
Right.
So it's inherently more secure, and the time to complete is fairly good, which I think allows us, the banks, to say, I can ask it every time, and I don't have to worry about the delay of 20 seconds.
Mm-hmm. So if it's that convenient, that useful, like, is there any reason to continue using username password with MFA these days? Are there still use cases where we're going to see a long tail of there's still going to be TOTP, there's still going to be push off, there's still going to be FIDO security keys, hardware keys?
I think each of the different authentication methods that you mentioned, they have their pros and cons per se. Mm-hmm. And when you are dealing with a large consumer population, there are so many edge cases that you have to support the other methods. So I think what I would say is that passkey becomes the de facto standard, but you may still have to support a few other ones, right? Yeah. And like I mentioned, there are pros and cons. Push notification, I think it's a great experience, cost-wise effective, but then you're asking the end user to download an application on the device, so it's an extra onboarding step. SMS, there is nothing to download. It's a very consistent experience, but we have heard of SIM swapping. Yeah. It is also expensive, like you pay a penny for an SMS. Yeah. In some countries, like Germany is expensive. In China, it's about 5 cents for an SMS. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you have to take that cost. Plus you have something called international revenue share fraud, or SMS pumping, that you may have heard of, where fraudsters collude with telcos
Yeah.
And then they ask you to send a message to a premium number. So there are a bunch of other issues. But having said that, when you have a large population, you need to be prepared to support more than one.
Yeah. So what are banks doing to make this, I mentioned before, it's a different behavior.
Yes.
It's people are going to have to, again, like banks deal with 100% of the population, right? So they've got to make it easy for everybody. What are you seeing banks, like what steps do they need to take to make this move, to make this adoption?
Yeah, so I think there has to be a practical consideration how a bank would embark upon the journey, if I may say that. You're not going to start with saying all population starting Monday are going to use passkeys. So the very first thing we recommend to the bank is nail down the experience for the end user, for onboarding, for sign-in, and for account recovery are the three main touch points. Because you are asking the user to change a behavior they have been at a very long time. So that's the first thing. The second thing we say is that don't make it an alternative choice, let the user opt in, get them used to it, give them a chance to go back if they are not comfortable. Don't force it, like nudge it, don't force it, and once you get a little bit far ahead, then the nudge can become stronger and stronger, but on day one, don't force it. The third one is don't roll out on all the platforms all at once. So if you have have a rollout plan. If you have multiple geos, if you're a global bank, pick a location. If you have multiple platforms, pick one of the platforms to get the metrics. I mentioned the KPI on the front end. There's also KPI on the back end. Like, is the latency working out the way you expect it because it's a new protocol? Banks can decide whether they want to go web or depending upon their security posture or where they are seeing attacks. What we have found is that mobile generally makes it easier simply because the end users are more used to using a Face ID or a biometric to log into a mobile compared to an old Windows device.
In some markets, there's only mobile.
Correct.
Right? Like they don't own a laptop. Like all the banking is done through a mobile device.
And at the same time, if you think about it, the population who uses the mobile are a little bit more digital native. They are a little bit more easier to adapt to the new technology because they grew up with that mindset compared to the population who has been using the web for a very long time. So banks can decide, but at the end of the day, you have to roll it out in a phased approach as compared to all at once.
Yeah. And before we wrap up, your particular implementation of passkeys, tell me more about how OneSpan does it. What differentiators do you have from the rest of the market?
Yeah, absolutely. So OneSpan has been one of the very early founders or members of the FIDO board.
Okay.
And then we also recently acquired a company called Knock Knock Labs, which was the founding member of the FIDO. So we have years and years of experience in helping shape the spec, all the different nuances, combinations, and permutations. So from a DNA standpoint, we know the FIDO spec in and out. And you combine that with 30 years of OneSpan selling authentication software to banks. So overall, I would say we have a lot of experts in the company that can help you do that. So that's the first point. The second point is that OneSpan has always offered optionality to their customers. So today, we offer OTP, we offer SMS, we offer FIDO, passkeys, we offer UAF. We offer you to pick on-prem versus cloud. We offer you to have client SDK and a server-side SDK. We also offer you, mobile. We also have FIDO to security keys, again, the same spec. So we call ourselves, for instance, that same matter, the most comprehensive consumer authentication suite because we have all the options that you get to pick. And then we help you with the transition based on what you already have.
Yeah.
The third part is that since we have rolled it out to many customers over the last several years, we have this kind of real-time experience of deploying it in a transition fashion, both the front-end metrics, which is built into the product, and the back-end metrics around latency. We have customers who have rolled out to millions of users, and the latency requirements are very, very strict.
Right.
So I think the net would be that we have deep domain expertise on FIDO, we have a deep authentication expertise, and then we have a real-world experience of deploying it. For the longest time, OneSpan tagline used to be that we are the authentication company.
Yeah.
And for 30 years, we have been calling the authentication company. Now we expanded to a few areas, mobile app protection and fraud for the banking. But that strong DNA of being the best authentication solution still is what we live for.
Excellent. Ashish, thank you so much for joining me today. Love the conversation. I am ready to get rid of my passwords. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. This is the year.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time.
All right. To learn more about OneSpan, you can visit securityweekly.com/OneSpan RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be right back after the break with more sessions. Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Adrian Sanabria, and joining me today is Idan Plotnik, co-founder and CEO at Apiro. Thanks for joining me today, Idan.
Thank you for having me.
How's the show been for you so far?
It's busy, so busy.
Any surprises or exactly what you expected?
No, AI, and
Yeah,
more AI
yeah. Do you
in
think-
cyber.
So I traditionally stayed away from predictions, but I wonder if this will be the last year that it's entirely dominated by AI, because AI is just creating so many challenges in other areas. I wonder if AI goes more to the background, and next year we see data security and identity and
I think
AppSec.
it will. Yes, absolutely.
Because we don't talk about big data anymore, right?
We do not.
It's still
no,
there.
It's not sexy anymore.
Yeah.
But I think that based on what you said, yes, you will see more and more attacks that are coming because of the rapid adoption. I've never seen. I'm 24 years in cyber. I've never seen such a rapid adoption of a technology. Like last year, all of our Fortune 500 companies that we serve and partner with, everyone adopted AI coding agents at scale in production. It's even
All
faster.
roadmaps got rewritten.
And it's even faster than cloud and all the others. So I think that the outcome from us as a cybersecurity practitioners, we will see this next year. All the major breaches, and this is what I think will happen, because the developers doesn't write the code anymore. They write in English. They don't understand the code. It changes the software architecture every minute. So I think we will see the consequences very soon.
Yeah. So let's dive into that. Developers not understanding what what they're doing, they understand their intent, right? And they try and describe this intent and pass this intent to an AI model, which generates the code. So obviously this creates a lot of problems. Now you become very dependent on the AI, right? Because if you want to troubleshoot the code, if you want to fix the code,
fix the
update
vulnerability,
code, the AI models, it doesn't make sense now to read it manually and try and understand it. You're still going to use that AI model as that lens, as that tool to do anything with the code from then on. Right?
I think this is a major shift in software development. For us as a company that developed a moat, which we deeply understand in near real time your software architecture, it created a huge opportunity, because now CISOs lost control. So to gain control, you need visibility and inventory that is accurate. So now with our technology, every CISO can understand the evolving software architecture for now coding agents that are write the code. So this is the first layer that we see as an opportunity. Okay. The second thing, just maybe a general statement. In cybersecurity, you need something deterministic. You cannot block the pull request, or you cannot fix something, and one fix will look like that, and the same vulnerability, the fix will look different. You need something deterministic. So this is why we think about a data fabric that contains the software graph that changes from code to runtime in real time. On top of that, you have a risk graph that deeply understand what's the impact to your business, what's the risk policies, what are the compliance requirements. And on top of this data fabric, we have a guardian agent, a specialized AppSec agent that doing the reasoning on top of the deterministic data fabric. So every fix is reliable. Every prompt that, maybe we'll talk about this in a minute, but we developed a patented technology that's called secure prompt. We take the prompt when you write it in Claude or Cursor, it's agnostic to the coding agent, and we enrich it with the software graph to guide and guard the agent to write secure and compliant code. With this technology, we were able to reduce, or I would say prevent, over 83% plus of vulnerabilities of SAST, SCA, and secrets without going through triage, without opening tickets, without bombarding developers with all shift left alerts to their pull request, and without training them.
Right.
You don't need to train them. So focus on the intent, as you said, and we will guard the coding agent based on your organizational policy and based on your evolving software architecture from code to runtime. And this is how we guard the coding agents to write secure code with zero vulnerabilities.
So I want to try and understand like where this fits within CI/CD and the SDLC here. If I'm using something like Codex or Cloud Code, this is somehow in line with that, and it's largely transparent to the developer, whatever we call them now, the vibe coder.
Yeah, the vibe coder.
That's typing the prompts.
Yes. So let's.
Is that correct?
It is.
Okay.
But if we double click, there are two layers.
Okay.
One where you connect to the entire development environment or infrastructure. You connect to the source control manager, you can connect to other systems, and then the Guardian agent is a seamless agent on the coding agent like Claude and Cursor, and it communicates with the data fabric, with the software graph, and automatically for every prompt, it's seamlessly, like the developer doesn't need to get any alert, you don't need to block them.
Yeah.
They can see. It's not invisible. It's seamless for the experience, but it's not invisible. If the developer wants to see how we enrich the prompt into a secure prompt, they can see it in their Cursor or Claude, but it's seamless. You don't need to deploy any agent or any, plugin.
But if I want to get better, so the goal isn't necessarily to train them on better prompting. Like if you do the better prompting for me?
We enforce it. So we make sure that every code that is being generated by Claude is secure by design, but also compliant by design, which is a huge problem for, again, our customers. They're Fortune 2000, okay?
Yeah.
They have compliance and regulatory requirements, and how they enforce them or make sure to the assurance process, questionnaires or guardrails after the fact.
Yeah.
We do it before code was generated. So it's not only the secure coding standard. We know that your application is PCI v4 compliant. So we know what are the requirements for this specific application, and we enrich the prompt with the guidelines for PCI v4, but also on how to implement CSRF and input validation, and how to store secrets in the right KMS service that you use in this specific software architecture. And you don't need the static rules or things like that, from the 90s, like in a firewall. It doesn't work at scale. Everyone are talking about static rules in Claude, or it doesn't work at the scale of the large enterprises. So we dynamically enrich every prompt and make sure it's secure and compliant. And this is our unique technology for the Guardian agent. So we think about this, one last sentence is from reactive detection to proactive seamless prevention. We prevent for the first time in AppSec before code is generated.
Gotcha. So it's so I want to talk about how this changes, the software development lifecycle itself. We've had things in the past, secure code training, shift left, all this stuff. Does all this, and even thinking about how AppSec works, is all this out the window? Are we basically rebuilding this from the ground up right now?
I would say absolutely yes. I will. It's a very. We are in a very interesting era where everything changed across the software development lifecycle. Everything. Yeah. I don't think that secure training will be efficient. Or right now, who do you train?
Yeah, what's the point? Yeah.
The agent writes the code.
Yeah.
So you don't need to train me to
Yeah.
train the agent. This is what we're doing with the secure prompt.
Yeah.
I do think that it's not a small project anymore, science project. This is at scale. I'm talking about, we have a customer with 12,000 developers. All of them are now writing prompts, and they don't look at the code.
That's a lot of code.
It is, and now, Cloud Code Security announced that they have an auto fix. The problem is not to generate code with vulnerability and then after the fact fix it, because I don't understand the code. So what do you want me to take responsibility to fix the code that I didn't write?
Yeah.
Okay, and all the CISOs that I'm talking to, they're not at the level of confidence of saying, yes, we will give the AI coding agent the ability to fix our vulnerabilities. We need a human in the loop, okay? What we are saying, we will prevent these vulnerabilities from being generated with the secure prompt. So it's of course, think about WAF or firewalls or even antivirus.
Yeah.
They started all from prevention. So they prevented the 80 to 90% of the known issues.
Yeah.
And then deal with the 10%, which are the most sophisticated attacks. So same concept here. We want to prevent before code is being generated. I would just say to your comment earlier on shift left, what was shift left? What is all about? Is taking my SAST, SCA, and secrets vulnerabilities, and from the UI of the AppSec engineer to the UI of the developer, the pull request, the ticketing systems. So it's taking the same noisy alerts without any context and bombard the developer with so many tasks.
Because it's still after the code is written.
Yes,
right?
but it's also created friction between AppSec to developers. And we said we cannot do the same thing. We need to learn from past mistakes.
Yeah.
So for the first time in the industry, we introduced seamless prevention.
Right.
It reduces think about stop the bleeding, while we also do the auto fix to reduce the backlog, but with the context of the entire software architecture from code to runtime.
And it's attractive because the whole benefit of letting AI create the code is you're reducing friction. You're everything is happening more quickly. So if the security product response to that is let's slow this down,
more.
Yeah.
No, if you would slow down developers now, you're in a big mess, and it's a mess that you need to deal with the CEO of the company.
Yeah.
Because the CEO of the company now, even in Fortune 500 companies, you want to see metrics of velocity in the software development because
mandated.
Yes, because this is what makes the business, the software that you developed, serve your customers, and you need to be competitive against all the other vendors out there. How do you become more competitive? You produce more features and more agents that are running simultaneously on your computer.
So we've just got a few minutes left, but I still have so many questions. Is there a particular model that you recommend that works best with what you do? Are you focused at all on what model is being used?
So we are agnostic, okay? We are using multiple models, and the customer can choose whatever they want, because some of our very, very large customers, they have their own models, or not, they host the Anthropic or Gemini in their environment. So we use that, okay? But our core intellectual property is the software graph from code to runtime, and understanding the risk on top of that, and then enrich the model. We have a benchmark that we're going to release on both compliance and vulnerabilities that these models generate, with and without a Piro Guardian agent.
Okay.
So it's coming very soon.
Awesome. You're going to have to come on my podcast
Let's do
because
it.
I still have questions and we're out of time. But But Idan, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you
Great
for
conversation.
Thank you for having me. And we are literally in an evolution in the software development and the cybersecurity era with AI.
Yeah, very exciting. Thank you again. To learn more about Apiro, you can visit securityweekly.com/Apiro RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around, we'll be right back with another one in just a few moments. Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Adrian Sanabria, and joining me today is Chris Wallace, founder and CEO at Intruder. Thanks for joining me today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I think you've been involved with some of our podcasts and things like that over the years. So, familiar name. And I'm enjoying a lot of the conversations today because it seems like a lot's up in the air. You know, a lot of people asking like, what is this going to look like in 6 months, in the next year? You know, what can AI do? What can't it do? And also, I think a phrase I uttered earlier today at the 451 Research Breakfast was, we're going to speed run a decade of tech debt in 1 year.
Yeah, meaning we're going to build it all in now.
Our children's children are going to be mopping up our mistakes.
I think that's accurate. Yeah.
So, I think the exposure management is an interesting term. When I do a lot of advisory work through IONS with their clients, and I specialize in vulnerability management. Yeah. And a lot of that conversation has kind of expanded to, external attack surface management tools came out, and then the term exposure management as kind of an umbrella term for everything you need to be aware of, to not get popped, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So is that how you would define it? Like help me understand, what does the lens look like that you view it through?
It's a really good question, yeah, because it's kind of still new language, right? And I think some people have different takes on it. And my take is that it's an evolution away from vulnerability management, where maybe people would associate a vulnerability as a technical weakness, and this is moving towards what it should always have been, which is it a risk or not? So for me, exposure management encompasses, yes, where do you have vulnerabilities, but why do they matter? What can they give you access to? And does it really matter to your organization? And for me, that's what exposure management is about in a nutshell.
Yeah, as a pen tester, I'd often say like a lot of the things that would get me in were marked as informational on a vulnerability scan, right? Like, the port 80 open here. I wonder if it's something I can get into with default creds. Most of the time, answer was yes.
Well, I love that you've mentioned that, because that's exactly why I started the company. So I used to be a pen tester as well. I spent years breaking into banks and some UK government stuff. And it's exactly that the traditional vulnerability scanners are really good at finding vulnerabilities, patches that need applying, or software that's out of date. But they would ignore things that were just left facing the internet, like a database sitting on the internet, or an Apache Tomcat manager. Yeah. And all of these things, these little threads that an attacker can pull on, might not be an actual weakness, but you definitely shouldn't have it.
Might not have a CVE.
Exactly, but you definitely shouldn't have it facing the internet. And that was one of the founding principles that went into starting Intruder. And we've obviously built a lot around it since then, but that was really one of the core reasons why I set the company up.
And I think it's even worse because CVEs tend to be, and what vulnerability scanners look for and find, tend to be really inconsistent. So in your vulnerability scan results, you will get default credentials on this device, making you think, oh, it's checking for default credentials on everything.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
It's just totally like it's maybe 1 in 10. Like it'll tell you default credentials. The other ones, there's no check for that.
Yeah, it's not often as many as you think. Yes, it can be misleading.
So it might give false confidence there, and I think that's a big issue for a lot of people.
I completely agree. Yeah, I think if you see it once, you assume the scanner's checking for that, and then when you find out, or you may never find out it's not, because you think it's fine, and then you do a pen test, and they're like, yeah, I got in from this admin console you left on the internet, and I just guessed
why didn't that show
up
in the scanner?
Exactly, yeah. And I think, again, with exposure management, there's more opportunity to move down that pathway and do more like a real pen tester would. And I think AI is one of the things that's going to help us to do that as well.
Or it might be the free pen test where you find out.
Exactly, yeah. Seems like we have some very shared views on the space.
Yeah. So, this is really interesting. I want to dive into the AI component of it, like where it can actually help with this. Like we've seen AI have some success in finding vulnerabilities in systems and in code and things like that. But AI for finding exposures. Talk to me a little bit about that. Like, what does that look like?
So I'll give you one example that we got excited about recently, we fed our own internal vulnerability data at Intruder, all of the weaknesses on our laptops and everything, into an LLM, and we fed into it some other documentation about our systems, including a Terraform file which described our cloud architecture. And the LLM, without us really having to prompt it too much, connected the fact that one of our developers has more access to our cloud than the others.
Okay.
And he had a
over-permissioned?
Over-permissioned, and he had also Chrome vulnerability in his Google Chrome. It connected those two things and said, well, you should patch that first, because if this guy gets popped, he's going to have more access to, the attackers will have more access to your cloud than anyone else. It's an early example, but I think it's a really exciting thing that would have been more difficult without AI.
Yeah.
And AI is helping us to bridge that gap essentially for what a human might be able to reason to, and what kind of traditional tools have been able to do in the past.
So that naturally brings me to my next question, which is, where do I find the right context to feed to the AI? Like how do I make sure, traditionally this is a big problem in security where there's a lot of cases where, sure, people are scanning stuff. Are they scanning everything? Are they missing 40% of their infrastructure? We often see visibility gaps.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's something on us as a vendor to help customers with. So we will kind of offer that it would make sense for you to upload this documentation or give us this access to your cloud so we can pull the information directly, or access to your Git repos. So we can go searching for the right information. But I think the more we have and the more we feed into the LLMs, the more kind of high value we can make our output for the customers.
Yeah. And so in the future, do you see this? So for writing code, like, it seems clear that it's all AI all the time. Like, it's really hard, at least with executives right now, to make the case for writing code the old school way. I've been talking to, I talked to the CEO of a fairly good size, like higher tier penetration tests. Like they don't do the Nessus vulnerability tests, right? Yeah, they don't do those pen tests. There's somebody you would hire to do like a 2-month long, deep dive on a single application or something like that. And I've been interested to hear from them, like how this is impacting their work, how they do their work. If they're being replaced. We now have a lot of vendors, fully automated red teaming and stuff like that we're hearing.
Yeah.
What do you think the future looks like? Is it a mix, like all the above? Like we get a little bit of value from each of these, so we're still going to do human run pen test. That's maybe a sampling of the infrastructure, but like on the automated side of things, and like what you have, the benefit is you don't have to do a limited time sampling assessment. You're not limited to 20 hours. You can touch everything potentially.
I think it's bridging the gap, right? I think it's we have a tendency as humans sometimes to make everything binary, and we'll say it's either going to completely replace or it's not as good as people think, so it's worthless. And I think the reality is somewhere in between, right? We're in this kind of really interesting middle phase where it's good for some things, it's not good for other things, and particularly things where you need human creativity. I don't see the AIs replacing that at the moment. So that you were describing the top tier of pen testing.
Yeah.
Those guys.
I like to say AI just does remixes.
Remixes, like stuff they've seen before. That's what
not original thinking.
It's machine learning. It's learned off patterns it's seen many, many times in other things, but they don't necessarily connect the dots or look at two separate things and say, actually, I think I can do something with these two things together. I think that's where humans are going to stay relevant, and I think AI is just going to help us replace a lot of the drudgery like computers and automation have always in the past. I think they'll help us do things quicker, but I don't think they'll fully replace, not for some time yet.
Okay. One of the things I found really interesting here, so I spent a lot of time studying breaches and how they happen, studying those, especially when we get all the details from the breach. Like, they interview the staff, they go through their email, like, when were you aware of this thing? Often reveals breakdowns in processes. Oftentimes the story we hear is, they didn't patch CVE 2026 1 2 3 4 5 fast enough or something like that.
Yeah.
Actually, the true story you get to is they were aware of the vulnerability. Maybe they didn't find it on their systems, or maybe they thought they patched it everywhere. Like the story is often much deeper. And you've got this survey result that I find very interesting. It shows like a communication breakdown where 65% of CISOs are very confident in their threat remediation, but only 36% of the security managers working for them share that confidence.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
That's a concerning gap.
Yeah, we did this whole middle child report, which was looking at mid-market companies and their feelings around cybersecurity. And we asked them a ton of questions, and that one was the most fascinating answer, I think, that dropped out of it, this kind of gap between the senior stakeholders and the people actually connected to the tools on the ground. I was equally fascinated as you by reading it, and I think it could be one of two things, right? I think if you're a practitioner, you tend to be a lot more focused on the details. So to you might be more worried that there's going to be a breach. That's a big deal for you, and maybe the higher you are, the more connected you are to risk and mitigating controls and all that stuff. So there's maybe some explanation there that people further away from the tools just feel more confident that maybe they'll get breached and it's not the end of the world. But at the same time, I do wonder if we're asking the wrong questions as well, because the types of reporting we do in cybersecurity is like, how many vulnerabilities do we have? How fast are we fixing them? They're all metrics, but do we often ask questions like, what are you worried about? What are you on the tools concerned about? Where do you think the problems are? I don't think we necessarily have those conversations.
Also, I think one of the big data points that we're typically missing is how fast do we have to be? How quick are the attacks happening at this point? Like Mandiant put out some research that said 70% are 0 days, right? Of exploited vulnerabilities that they were seeing. I don't know what the full data set for that is, like how much of a window into it is, but any kind of stat like that is kind of concerning, especially when they've done it over the years. Like it used to be 240 days or something like that.
Yeah.
Now they say the average is -1 day.
Yeah, I saw the same thing. Yeah.
Meaning there's more 0 days than not 0 days that
exactly.
they're seeing exploited.
Even the ones that aren't 0 days are getting quicker, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure you've seen the 0 day clock where they're kind of tracking mean time to exploit over time, and it's just shrinking and shrinking. But my favorite thing about that was they look into the future as well, and they kind of guess, how's that going to look in a year or two's time? And it's going to go down from days and hours to maybe minutes that you need to patch something.
Yeah, because now I don't need half a day to understand a patch and reverse it and create an exploit. It's just going to be a piece of AI doing it in 30 seconds.
Exactly, and I think that's going to make a lot of people ask questions of their environments, because people struggle now to patch stuff in 30 days. They're still working like it's 2008. And they're maybe not looking into the future and thinking, how is this going to work if I have to be fixing stuff in minutes? Everything has to change.
Patching doesn't fundamentally work anymore. You need to rely more on mitigations and prevention and that kind of stuff. It's some kind of quick detection and response. That's one of the things I find in my research. A lot of people think, a breach is the one thing that got the foothold. And then all the data was lost or got encrypted. But there were 17 steps in between there, that doesn't come out, because we don't often get those details of the breach, so maybe it's okay that they get initial access if we have a plan for that, so maybe that gets exploited, but we detect it, we stop them, we kick them out.
Yeah, I think you need it all, because you can't just catch them after they're in and then forget that, you just leave all these weaknesses out there in the open. So, but I think you're right that everyone's going to start needing the whole suite, and just doing vulnerability management won't be enough, I don't think.
I wonder how many people read this report and were like, I feel seen. The manager's not being listened to.
I hope quite a few. Yeah, it's a good report. It's worth a read.
Yeah, I'm going to have to check it out. So that's Your Security Middle Child? Is that the name of the report?
Exactly, yeah.
That's great. And you can... All right, so that's the call to action, too. I love that. I'm going to have to check that out. All right. Thank you so much for joining me today, Chris.
Thank you.
This has been great.
Yeah,
I enjoyed the
likewise.
conversation. Yeah. All right, to learn more about Intruder and to check out that report that I just referenced, you can visit securityweekly.com/intruder RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC, and stick around. We'll be back in a little bit.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Joshua Marpet, and joining me today is John Anthony Smith, founder and chief security officer at Phoenix 24. Hey, John, thanks for being here. I really appreciate that.
Thank you for having me.
So I don't know Phoenix 24. Can you give me a little bit of background on that?
Yeah, Phoenix 24 is the fastest path to a recovery post-breach. And we've actually proven this out in practice.
Claim.
It is a very bold statement, I know. We have worked some of the world's largest breaches, and we've done so even when backups haven't survived, and recovered those organizations faster than anyone else we know.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, because when backups don't survive, you've got real problems.
And backups commonly don't survive.
Well, you mean backups are done at most companies? I'm sorry, I'm joking, but because I talk to companies all the time. They're like, yeah, we back up. I'm like, where? They're like, we don't know. We back up one file, they find out, or they've tested we test the recovery of the backups. Really, how often? 7 years ago?
Yeah,
it's
that's
not a big
about
deal.
Right.
So you're the ones that come in and go, oh God, we've got to clean this up.
Correct. And we do it faster than anyone else because we've been doing it a very long time, and we're highly technical, and we use our own staff. We do not outsource with contractors or anything like that. We do it with our own teams.
Respect that immensely. Don't get me wrong. I know a lot of wonderful contractors that do great work, but when you have a consistent team that knows how to work together and knows what you're going to do and have a consistent technology stack and they all know all the tools, in recovery, time is of the essence.
Absolutely of the essence, because that's exactly what we solve for is time. Because the single biggest expense in breach is business interruption, the downtime, single biggest expense. And frankly, most who have attempted recovery haven't really focused on the time, they focused on their billable rate. That's not what we focus on. We're not trying to make a big buck on you, we're trying to get you up.
Okay, so you're trying to get the business back up and running as fast as possible. Whatever measures you need to take, you're going to do it to get the business back up and running.
Absolutely, and we're going to command the recovery.
Rock and roll. Okay, but let me push back a little bit. Does that impair the forensics, the root cause analysis?
Absolutely not, because we work hand in glove with data forensics incident response teams. So the CrowdStrikes, the Crowls of the world, we work hand in glove with them. We actually do their captures for them.
Oh, really?
We do their captures, we do the containment of the threat actor, the eradication of the threat actor, and then ultimately the recovery if it's required. That's what we do in wartime, as we call it.
Okay, so wartime and what'd you call it? Wartime and peacetime?
Peacetime.
Okay, so what do you do in peacetime?
In peacetime, we leverage what we learn from wartime work to actually prepare organizations from the things that, the technical things that threat actors are commonly abusing. A lot of these details are not in the public sphere, right? They're unknown and unknowable.
Why?
Because lawyers lock them up, rightfully so, to prevent litigation.
So they're locking them up to prevent litigation from the customers, from the shareholders, from the whatever. So it's hard for us to understand how the threat actors, the TAs as you call them, are actually working on things and what they're doing, right?
Correct.
Okay, but you know because you work all of these breaches.
Absolutely. We work them, so we get the luxury of seeing how the TAs did, what they targeted, how they exfilled the data, how they destroyed the backups, what was flawed about the configuration of the backup products, right? We get to see it all. We get to see that DRBC strategies and processes don't work in mass destruction. They do not hold up. Right. They're great for fire, flood, and tornadoes, but they do not work for mass destruction.
Ransomware, massive cyber incident.
Mass deletion, like what happened at Stryker.
Oh, that's a sore point. They're hurt. They got hurt real bad.
Yeah, they did. And to be blunt with you, what led to their breach, based on what's disclosed publicly, is common in almost 100% of organizations. They're not controlling administrative identity properly.
Okay.
Technically, administrative identity has got to be done so eloquently that it cannot be done with products like CyberArk and Secret Server. I'm not talking about going and buying a PAN. This requires orchestration. This is not a problem you can solve with a tool.
Why? This I want to hear. Talk to me.
You can't solve it with a tool because tools, in our industry, we've come to really think that there's easy buttons for problems. There are no silver bullets. It takes an orchestration of policy, process, and people. And most important, all that orchestration has to be born from breach truth. You have to be able to technically understand what threat actors are actually doing, how they're doing it, and then orchestrate said tooling to prevent it. And that is the linchpin of the problem. The data isn't, it's unknown. You can't get to it.
Okay. When you say orchestration, I want to dig into that a little bit more, if that's okay.
Yeah, unpack it.
Because when we... Okay, so when we say orchestration, we're talking about security orchestration, automation, and response, or are we talking about orchestration, meaning orchestration like an orchestrator for Docker? Or when you say orchestration, what do you mean?
What I mean is choosing tools that actually work.
Okay.
Managing,
that's
administering,
kind of obvious,
monitoring, and continuously hardening from breach truth. In other words, I'll give you a simple example.
I love that term, breach truth.
Breach
so
truth.
breach truth is the knowledge gained from working all of these breaches.
Correct. Technical realities.
Okay, technical reality. Good. It's a cool term. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and so a simple example of this is, what most probably don't commonly realize is dwell time of a threat actor is very short. From the moment they gain initial access to the time they actually invoke some form of destructive act is 15 minutes to 72 hours in most cases.
Well, we've been hearing dwell time is 203 days.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's stupid.
It's your interview, man. You can say it if you want.
That's stupid.
Okay. Why?
Why? Because the threat actors, they're trying to make a quick buck. And so,
you know what? I get it. That makes sense.
So most tooling is actually orchestrated to the reality you just mentioned, right? Days upon days upon days before they invoke some disaster, right?
Right, exactly.
So what I would say to you is if your tooling isn't isolating potentially malicious behavior as close to 15 minutes as possible, it's going to be ineffective. So if your SLA is 1 hour, 8 hours, 12 hours, 3 days, you're screwed. It's game over. Threat actors are going to exfil and destroy anything they want.
But critical vulnerabilities. Let's assume you find a critical vulnerability. Everybody's like, oh, you've got 3 days, 10 days, 15 days to fix a critical.
Yeah, but how many breaches happen because of vulnerabilities? It's microscopic. Microscopic.
So then how do breaches happen?
Breaches happen through simple misconfigurations. 36% of the breaches we worked were the initial point of access was due to no MFA on VPN. 36%.
I'm sorry, people don't have MFA on VPN?
No MFA on VPN.
Are you serious?
I'm very serious. Very serious.
You're joking.
There's a test account. There's some account IT created that they forgot about.
It's not
There's
universally no MFA. It's that
in some cases
account.
it's universal.
Oh God, that's horrible. You're making me cringe, man. But you're saying that there might be one account, like a test account or an admin account or whatever, there's no MFA.
We just worked a breach where thousands upon thousands upon thousands of VMs globally were encrypted due to a test account with no MFA. The threat actors obtained the credential, logged into Cisco AnyConnect. By the way, no trust verification to connect to the VPN. They didn't have to be on a corporate machine. They didn't have to be on a trusted device. They simply install Cisco AnyConnect on their machine. They log in with a username and password. They open vCenter over the VPN, and they encrypt all VMDKs for thousands upon thousands of VMs directly from their machine over a VPN connection. That's how it happened. So when we talk about tools,
that hurts,
go and buy all the tools you want. You're probably not going to solve this problem. You've got to understand how the threat actors are actually doing what they're doing.
Okay, so we've bought millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of tools.
$200 billion industry, actually.
And you're saying they don't work?
They don't work. They don't work if you don't use them.
That's a different. That's a differentiation.
Some tools simply don't work.
Okay,
but
let's be honest. That's true.
Most companies have enough tools. They're just not orchestrating them. Using my word, they're not monitoring them, managing them, administering them, hardening them in accordance to what threat actors are actually abusing to actually prevent their behaviors from occurring.
So in wartime you recover. In peacetime you help them build it better.
Absolutely.
Are you in there helping them configure their tools?
Every single day. If you buy into what we call Securitas Summa, that is exactly what we do. We are continuously hardening and doing what we call assurance of recovery assurance. We're essentially guaranteeing, for lack of better words, that you can recover and that we're reducing your risk as close to zero as humanly possible that you will not have a recovery.
Now, is that new platform you were telling me about before we started, or is that a different platform?
No, it's a different platform. It's part of that.
Oh, is it? Okay, so tell me about this new platform you're
so our new platform is Argos 99. What we know is that 76% of organizations are not backing up all of their known critical data.
No. Okay, wait. 99% of organizations don't know where their critical data is.
But they know what apps are critical. Ask any.
That's actually a good point.
Ask any chief; they'll tell you.
That's a good point. They know which apps are critical.
They may not know that it's a database on 32 servers, but they'll know that SAP is important.
That's valid.
Right,
And they don't realize.
So in that case, they are knowing, right?
Okay, valid. I'll let you have that one. Okay. So this helps you back up the data.
So what Argos does is it's actually a data discovery platform.
Oh, I like that.
Which allows us to find all your data and map it. So we track dependencies. We know how all your data relates to one another. So when you say SAP is critical,
right.
We know that you've got 42 servers that make up SAP, 32 databases, 15 file shares.
Are you doing network traffic analysis to see that the SAP servers you can
identify? We're doing all
identify?
kinds of analysis.
Okay, good.
Including traffic, yes.
Oh, perfect. So then you're mapping from the application, which you just said that. They know this is a critical app. but they don't realize it's over here to this data. You're going, oh, look, they talk. That must be app for that, the data for that app.
You know what we discover in breach, of course, is that basically no one is backing up all the pieces of their known critical app. And to make matters worse, in a mass destruction event, they don't have documentation anymore. Right. So if we meet you in peacetime with our tooling, that's part of Securitas Summa, we know how everything's mapped out, so therefore we know how to restore it. And we've also correlated that dependency mapping, the app data, to your actual protection job. So when you say SAP has to have an RPO of 2 hours and an RTO of 4, we know if the way you're orchestrating actually aligns to that truth.
You're basically being intelligently lazy. In peacetime, you're like, all right, let's fix it so that if we have to go to wartime, we can make it work right.
Like proper warriors.
Like proper sysadmins and proper warriors, exactly. You fight like you train.
Prepare.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this is valid. This is valid. This is valid. Okay, so we have too many tools. We're not using the tools effectively. We're not backing up our data. We barely know where the data is and which data is critical. We're having a problem here, I would say. So you've released the new platform to help people find and to help people back up the data appropriately so that in the case of a mass deletion, a mass encryption, a ransomware, whatever, that it's recoverable, or you don't need to recover at all. We've got it somewhere that it's safe.
Right, within Argos, we're doing all the necessary mapping so that we know if it's truly safe.
Nice.
Within Securitas Summa, we're actually managing, monitoring, orchestrating that it is in fact safe, leveraging what we call 54321. We're essentially bringing the risk of destruction of recovery to as close to zero as possible. We're also solving for the number one most common problem in breach that we see is what we call admin identity. Essentially, threat actors gain a cred that gives them access to a critical console, which allows them to invoke significant destruction in the form of deletion or encryption.
But we should have a PAM. We should have a
But
privileged
PAMs
access
don't
management.
solve this. Because PAMs are connected to production Active Directory. Over 9 out of 10 breaches, Active Directory is violated. So if they can get to Active Directory creds, they can log into the PAM, they can harvest the creds, and they can still destroy your environment. And we see it play out every day in breach.
Really?
We absolutely do.
So okay, stop. Because PAM systems are marketed and sold and used as protecting the privileged identities from anything. Like they are vaults for privileged identities. And what you're telling me is no, they're bloody well not vaults.
Depends on how you orchestrate it. CyberArk's a great product, but if you put it in your production Active Directory domain, which is going to get breached in one of these events, they're going to log into CyberArk. They're just going to bypass the creds, right?
How are they going to get into CyberArk?
Session tokens. They harvest an IT cred that has access. They do an MFA bypass. They're doing weak MFA. You name it.
Oh, that's not good. They find that test account, which happens to be an IT technician's account, and it has access to something in Active Directory that has access to CyberArk. They chain it through. They get into CyberArk, get 2 more creds, use that. Oh dear.
Yeah, I'll tell you a specific example. We worked a major Scattered Spider breach. Scattered Spider was able to get on the VPN, Cisco AnyConnect. They opened vCenter.
Right.
And they got into vCenter. Once they got into vCenter, they actually created a VM, a ghost VM. We call it a ghost VM.
Right.
They offlined a non-FSMO role holder Active Directory domain controller. They detached the disk. They mounted it on their ghost VM. They harvested the ntds.dit file, which is the entire Active Directory database, which then gave them the creds to log into CyberArk. They logged into CyberArk. They harvested creds for AWS. They then used an S3 browser to suck out exfil data out of S3. They harvested the Snowflake creds from CyberArk, and then they harvested data from Snowflake.
Seriously?
Directly from CyberArk. CyberArk is a good product. Don't hear what I'm not saying. I'm not saying it's a crappy product.
No, but configuring it correctly is
you
absolutely
essential. You got to do it right. You got to do it right.
Yeah.
How can companies get to this data? They can't. It's not in the public sphere. How are you going to know this, except you work breaches?
I got one last question. So what does a simplified, orchestrated, breach-aligned security program actually look like?
It looks like Securitas Summa. It means that someone is continuously monitoring, managing, administering, hardening to breach truth, technical breach truth. Like what they're doing today, they probably won't be doing tomorrow. Right. And the way they do it tomorrow is going to be technically a little bit different. And so you need someone that knows those realities and are constantly orchestrating against it for you. You're largely at a disadvantage, and you're not going to be able to do that on your own.
Got it, because you don't have the experience, you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the breach truth.
That's correct.
Bravo. John Anthony Smith, thanks for joining us today To learn more about Phoenix 24, please visit securityweekly.com/Phoenix24RSAC. That's FENIX24RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around, we'll be back after the break.
Okay, now we're going. Okay, welcome back to RSAC 2026. We're on day 3. Yeah.
Is it day 3?
Oh,
it's kind of day 2.5.
Day 2.5. It depends if you started counting at 0 like a C programmer or something like that. So I'm Doug White, and joining me today is one of my best friends, somebody that I'm always happy to have on the show, Rob Allen, the Chief Product Officer at ThreatLocker.
Also, Chief Podcast Officer. I should have brought my T-shirt. I meant to bring my T-shirt. I didn't bring my T-shirt. I'm sorry, but yes, Chief Podcast Officer as well.
Ooh, well, you should be. I mean, you're on so many podcasts. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. So, Zero Trust World, you were just at. Obviously, I had my Chief Podcast Officer T-shirt for that, which our awesome marketing department knocked up for me. The previous year, I had a Chief Pineapple Officer T-shirt knocked up.
That can mean many things.
That I didn't know. As far as I was concerned, pineapples were Wi-Fi pineapples or fruit. I didn't
and then
realize,
all these people showed up at your hotel room.
Yeah, I didn't realize there was any other connotations. And then after
I didn't know this either. In Rhode Island, it's like means welcome or something. And then if somebody was like, it can mean many things.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of the many things.
Yeah, I'm often oblivious to the many things until like 3 guys named Sid show up at my hotel and go, "Hi, we're here for the thing."
Yes.
And you're like, "Wait,
no,
what?"
Not there is no thing. There is no thing. But yeah, I thought Chief Podcast Officer was safest.
Well, you should be. I mean, really. I mean, I think you've been on podcasts that I'm aware of more than any other chief anything that I've ever seen.
I get volunteered for many things.
Well, I guess, because it works.
Absolutely.
I mean, I've had people on, and you're like, "So, what do you think about the future of agentic AI?" And they're like, I'm like, okay, 14 minutes to go.
Yeah. No, I say things.
You do, but we like the things.
Occasionally, they will make sense.
Occasionally.
Sometimes.
And it makes me look... Yeah, but it works.
As I told you, so I've done a few things. I mean, I'm no disrespect, but you're not my first at this event. None as good as you, or as funny as you, or enjoyable as you, I hasten to add. But I was telling you that I did also do a social thing, an influencer thing. And I thought I was the cool podcast guy, and I just had no idea what was going on. I literally had, you want me to do what? You want me to mouth something? And she was like, yeah, you just have to pretend you're talking. And I'm like, no idea. So I'm now back in my comfort zone.
Yeah, because this is sort of I was doing this thing before, and they were asking us to do TikToks.
I presume this will probably end up as a TikTok.
Yeah, and there was all these memes and things, and I'm oblivious.
That's basically
and they were
what
coming over and they were
doing.
like, "Can you do the thing?" It was like that.
Yes.
It was like Mal. This thing. She was like, "It's like this thing that you do in Kim Kardashian," and I was like, "Okay, wait, who?"
Mine didn't involve Kim Kardashian, who I'm tangentially aware exists. I'm not entirely sure what or who she is.
Yeah.
Mine involved The Office. But I think it was the same principle. But I didn't even know this was a thing. I now know it's a thing. But I wish I knew it was a thing before I was asked to do the thing, because I stood there gaping, going, "You want me to do what?" But yeah, that's a thing. My kids will probably
make fun of you unendingly.
Well, yeah, they do that anyway. But they'll probably come across me on TikTok and go, "That's Daddy doing weird stuff with his voice." Okay.
Well, hey, I mean that means you're hip.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I thought I was, but then I realized that I actually don't know what hip is.
Nobody does.
Oh, okay. That's
at least nobody over the age of 16. It's just like, I have no clue.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I'm always learning all these things from different people, but yeah, that's great. When I first got here, I was walking the street and I saw this sort of threatening old lady, and to me,
I'm trying to imagine what a threatening old lady might look like.
I think she looked at me funny, but all of a sudden, 4 ThreatLocker SUVs come blazing out of the distance, and I was like, "I'm saved."
I think that's technically guerrilla marketing.
Maybe, yeah.
Now, I'm not a marketer, but I'm led to believe.
She turned and ran into the bushes, and I was like, "Thank you, ThreatLocker."
Well, it is a cyber incident response team. I think if you
yeah, no, I mean that was what was written on the side of it.
So maybe they thought it was a cyber incident that they were responding to. But I'm glad it worked. I'm glad it saved you.
It worked. I was saved. I'm still here. I wasn't carried off by wild dogs or anything like that. I think we had some wild dogs up here the other night. They got some of our equipment. We were at dinner, and there's somebody's texting in, and by the time it got to me, they were saying it was like rabid wild dogs had like torn the whole set down or something like that.
I see.
And apparently like naked protesters were like frolicking in all of our equipment, and we had to come in and wipe everything. It was really grim.
Naked protesters.
Rabid naked protesters and wild dogs.
Oh, and wild dogs. Sorry, I thought they were the wild dogs.
Oh no, they were with the protesters.
Oh, I see.
Most protesters here have rabid wild dogs with them. It's a thing.
I didn't realize protesting was such a thing here. So we had protesters outside our well, not technically outside our hotel, outside the building beside our hotel.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not entirely sure what they were protesting. It wasn't
that would
clear.
make sense.
Yeah,
there's not as many as sometimes.
We approached them from a safe distance because we didn't want to be seen to be protesting, and I think it was something. Don't quote me on this, but I think it might have been something Philippines related.
It's very complex.
Philippines. Consulate or something.
It's like trying to understand like the political undercurrents of like a country you've not quite heard of.
No, well, look, as a card-carrying foreign import, I'm not allowed to have any opinions on anything approaching politics. So
these are foreign politics even. You don't even know. And
listen,
it's like
just to be safe, I don't have any opinions on them either.
No, me neither. I have no opinions on any of those things, and I don't even
no.
usually understand them. And it's like some small fish that is in the Indian Ocean that somebody's upset about because
that may well have been what it was. I genuinely don't know, but
I used to, in New York. I would used to approach them and be like, "Oh, what is this?" And they're like, "We're protesting this name," and you're like, "Who?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, he's the third undersecretary of the Parliament of Suriname," and he said an offensive thing the other day, and you're like, "Wow, that is so terrible." And I'm like, "Yeah, I get those guys."
I wish I had the time. I really wish I had the time.
You're a busy guy.
I'm.
Some of us just can stroll around being threatened by old ladies and talk to people about Suriname politics.
Things.
Yeah, it's just like. But my friend is here. There's a guy that if you come here enough, you'll see him. He's been. I used to come here for another conference years and years ago.
Okay.
And he's always around right over here, and he's always walking around going, "Your sister and your mother and your brother and your great uncle," and you're just like, I wonder what he want. Does he want to meet them? I keep meaning to talk to him, but
I was going to say you should ask him. Definitely.
Maybe I will one day. I've been seeing him for 20 years. It's like we grew up together. And it's just like, it's just like every time I go to San Francisco, I go looking for that guy.
I was once in San Francisco like 25 years ago. I've been here for the last 3 years. My impressions of San Francisco thus far are basically Waymos and protests. And
that about sums it up. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty much
it's always been San Francisco is like it's like kind of like New Orleans, and it's very different from a lot of cities in the United States.
I genuinely like it.
I do too. It's
I look
lovely.
forward. Not only do I look forward to the event, I also look forward to the here.
It is. It's so much fun,
it's
and it's very
city.
diverse, and just something new around every corner, and the architecture's different, and it's just you feel like you're somewhere else, and
pretty much.
And I love that. It's just like because I like going anywhere that's different.
And
this is different.
It is different, yes.
I did see a store I recognized the other day, and that was like, damn it.
A store you recognized?
Well, like something I would have seen in
in
another
other
city.
places. Yeah, well, I'm sure there's a few of them.
Yeah,
I mean, let's not hold that against or hold.
I don't, because it's not like
them.
one of those cities where everything's just the same, and you're like, am I in this city or that city or this city over here?
No, I don't think. Now, again, granted, I've not been to that many American cities. But I do think this one is probably somewhat distinctive compared to some of the
very much like it's like New
Orleans.
A lot of hills. It's like New Orleans.
A lot of hills.
And it's
probably more hills here than New Orleans.
Yeah,
but
because they don't have hills.
No.
There's a little hill that's like that's keeping the river from coming here. And you're like, that looks ominous.
Yes.
Although I love New Orleans too.
I almost visited New Orleans last week. Almost. I managed to take a couple of days of break, and we went to a place called Destin in North Florida, which was extremely pretty and very nice, and on the Gulf and dolphins and sunsets and sunrises and all those kind of things, which was amazing. And I looked at a map, and I said, New Orleans isn't that far away from here, so why don't we go to New Orleans? And then I actually measured it, and it was like 4.5 hours.
Oh yeah, you had one of those maps. Yeah, it's like,
it's not even one of those. That's a US thing. So, similarly, and speaking of San Francisco, there was an event that we came to here last year at some point. So I said, why don't I bring the family? So, wife, kids, and wife decided she'd like to see Los Angeles. She heard about LA. She wanted to see things in LA. I was like, okay, that's fine. I looked at the map and I said, well, there's LA and there's San Francisco, and they're basically beside each other. So let's just fly into LA and drive up to.
We can walk.
Like 8 hours later.
Yeah.
It's
a long way.
You'll never believe a map of the US because it's always going to lie to you.
Well, and you have to be, the scales. I mean, there used to be a thing for like people that were touring long before the internet, like on bands and things, and there was a thing where you get a certain map.
Yes.
And you could put a beer bottle on it. You could draw a circle around the beer bottle, and that was how far you might be able to drive for the next show and be reasonable. But if you get the wrong scale, then you're like, oh yeah, that's what is that? 16 hours.
So a bigger beer bottle is bad.
Well, you had a certain kind of beer bottle.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, I knew a guy. He would tell you. He would give you these pieces of wisdom, like here's a beer bottle.
Interesting. But yeah, as I said, my US geography is, I mean, anytime somebody mentions they're from somewhere that I recognize, I'm like, I know where that is.
Oh, well,
and
there you go.
At the moment, there's probably about a dozen of those places in the US.
Well, that's pretty good. Probably as good as a lot of Americans.
Well, no comment. The bit that I haven't kind of got my head around is the scale of things. So like in preparation for the Trust World, we had to do some interviews with Gene Kranz. You may have seen them, which was really cool. So we flew into Houston to do said interviews. Little did I know that the airport in Houston and the place where we were going to, which was NASA's Space Center, were like an hour and 20 minutes apart. It was like a completely different, it was basically a different state.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I didn't fully appreciate that until we arrived in Houston at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and then we had another hour and a half to get to the place we were staying. And that's like in a city, let alone San Francisco. LA distance
so like
apart.
where I live now in Rhode Island, people are
that's a little place.
Oh yes,
and it's up there.
Yes. See, look at this. This is almost.
Knew a thing.
You get college credit for this today.
I knew a thing.
You knew a thing, but there people are like, where is that? And it can't possibly be more than the whole state's 60 by 40 miles.
That's really, I didn't realize it was that small.
Really teeny tiny. But I used to live in Colorado, and the county I lived in Colorado was far bigger than the state of Rhode Island.
I could believe that. I think I'm trying to remember. I might approximately know where Colorado is.
When my daughter was going to be born, we were doing these classes things, and there were these people in the classes, and they're like, tell everybody, say where you're from, and we're like, we're from here, and we live in the town. And there's these people like, we're from Dust, and I'm like, Dust, and he was like, about 4 hours to the west. He's like, this is the closest hospital.
I just realized I do in fact know where Colorado is because I have been in Colorado.
Well, yeah, how could you not? Colorado's a nice place, but it's huge.
Very pretty. I didn't realize it was that huge, though.
Yeah, it is massive. Okay. And because one time they were asking me if I would teach a class at this other campus, and I was like, where is that exactly? And so, again, got the map.
Yes.
Checked the scale.
Okay.
The beer bottle, and all the whole thing, and then I'm like, that's like a 9-hour drive each way, and and the guy's like, yeah, sure, what's a big deal?
Yeah, no, no, thank you.
Yeah, so things can be big. And of course, and one other thing we do in the U.S. that I'm sure you're familiar with because you live in where you live, in New York, it's like, it's not about distance, it's about time.
Yes.
So people are like, how,
it's interesting you should say that because when we were on our way back, wife wanted to stop somewhere, and I asked her how far away it was, and she didn't answer me in distance.
Yeah.
She answered me in time.
Yeah. Like an hour and a half.
When did we start doing that? When did we start measuring distance in time?
But you almost have to.
In
New York you do because it's just like where you're going. It may only be.
I can completely get on board with it in New York because traffic and all that kind of stuff. But I wanted to know because I wanted to know at what point I look at my my maps and at what point I need to get off. So it's 12 miles away, and she's going, it's 13 minutes away, and I'm like, that just doesn't compute. But yes, I can appreciate in a place like New York where it's basically one big traffic jam.
Yeah, all the
time is
or between
probably
San Francisco and Los Angeles.
There was no traffic jams, and I have to say,
it's just a long way.
On the way up, it was very pretty. So we went. Somebody told us it could have been you, but no. Somebody told us that there's a scenic route, a pretty way.
Oh yes,
and we went the pretty way up.
Yeah,
which took us like 8.5 hours.
And took the non-pretty way back.
And we took the non-pretty way back, which was really boring.
Yeah,
I
It's just
don't
like through
think
the
I've
middle
ever
of
been as
nowhere,
bored. Yeah,
but yeah,
just
the coastal road is gorgeous, but it can be slow.
Yes.
But it is very, very, very beautiful.
It is.
And that does keep you distracted from the fact of how far it is. Because
Slightly.
I knew somebody
Not
had
completely, slightly.
No, it's just, there's a point where you're like, okay,
yeah.
maybe we should have got a plane.
Yes. Or actually flown to the place we're supposed to go rather than flying to a place not where we were supposed to go.
Well,
but anyway,
you
it was
can
good. We had a
always do
nice
that,
trip.
yeah.
We enjoyed ourselves. We learned the hard way.
We all learn the hard way about everything, which is the best way to learn, right? I think
one might argue
fight
it
your
is
way
the best
forward,
place to,
and
or the best
eventually
way
you
to
might
learn.
even get there.
Yes.
I know there was a theme to this, but
Was there?
I knew
Nobody
this,
told me
I knew
there was
this
a theme. I thought we were just
going
going
to
to
I knew it happens every time that you're here. I mean, you just end up talking about something and they film it. And then there's protests.
What's the
Later,
worst
there'll
that
be
can
there'll be
happen
people
apart from
outside.
protests?
In fact, the guy's going to be out there. Rob, your sister, your brother.
No, we're both going to go out and talk to him now in a few minutes.
If my name gets in there, I'm going to be so happy it'll be the end, and I can go home and I
Mom,
can just
my
lay
sister,
down and
I'm
go.
Doug.
That's it for me. I'm done now. I got the sister brother guy to say my name, and then
We are going to talk to him now, Doug. We're going to talk to him. In fact, can we move all this camera equipment out while we talk? Yeah, okay.
Right now, we're going to go outside. We're going to do a live shot on the street with the sister brother, Doug and Rob guy, and we're going to see if we can get him all worked up. And maybe for the next 20 years, he'll be yelling about us.
He sounds worked up enough, frankly. I'm not sure we should try and work him up even more.
Maybe we could power the state or something.
Possibly.
It's a new startup. It could be. And we're in startup city.
That's your $1 million idea right there, Doug.
There it is. It's like, I'm done, man. It's like, we're rich, I'll tell you.
The fuel of rage.
Yeah, all right. Well, I know you have so many things to do. I wish I could talk to you all.
To be honest,
afternoon.
I might do, but...
Oh, well, let's just stick around for a while.
Was there something we were supposed to talk about specifically?
There was.
Do you know what it was?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a computer in front of you. I don't.
That's...
What does your computer say?
No, it was about the future of zero trust security, but
oh no, that sounds boring.
Just get ThreatLocker, you'll be fine. Get ThreatLocker, you'll be good. I mean,
yeah, exactly. It's a simple answer.
And if you say it 3 times in front of a mirror, 4 SUVs will appear and save you from old ladies on the street in San Francisco.
From scary old ladies.
Your sister, your brother, ThreatLocker, Rob, Doug, and then you get all that stuff going. Well, thanks, Rob, for coming down here. I know that you have so much stuff to do. If you want to learn more about ThreatLocker, please visit securityweekly.com/ThreatLocker RSAC for full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance. Visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. If you stick around, we got more interviews. I have to say all that or they hurt me, but...
Can I do a fourth wall thing right now?
Oh, please.
He's reading from a teleprompter. I just want to... He's reading this from a
teleprompter.
teleprompter. There's a teleprompter over there that he's reading
There's
from.
nothing on that teleprompter.
It sounds so natural, but he's reading it.
It just says, talk to Rob.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Rob. And now my career is over. Okay. Thank you, man. It's great to see you.
My friend. Great to see you
bet.
too.
All right, cool.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Adrian Sanabria. Joining me today is Samuel Hassin, CEO and co-founder at Filigrane. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here as well.
I'm excited about the topic. I keep looking out and getting ones that are right in my wheelhouse, the stuff I talk about every day. So, we're talking, the topic name is Beyond IOCs, a framework for high impact cyber threat intelligence. And so kind of starting with threat intelligence there, it's a very broad term. Like there's a lot of things that fall under threat intelligence. Like I get the impression here that we're, would you call it vulnerability intelligence? Like it's very focused on, preventing exploitation, that kind of thing. So help me understand how you see.
Yeah, it's a little broader than that, I would say. The first thing is we're a company where we think threat intelligence should irrigate a lot of functions within the organization. So vulnerability management is one of them, but also...
I like that term, irrigate.
Yeah, decision making,
we're trying to grow.
Security operations, red team, purple team, a lot of areas and a lot of domains in cybersecurity requires intelligence to be more effective. And so our mission is basically to democratize threat intelligence and being able to really use that and have impact using threat intelligence at all levels within the organization. So our OpenCTI, the tools we have developed, is a threat intelligence platform that is aggregating, and it's the analysis layer and the operationalization layer of a lot of different sources of threat intelligence, including vulnerability, but also dark web, nation state, indicators, TTPs, campaigns.
Yeah, and you mentioned you have some open source. So is the threat intelligence itself open? Or
it's the platform.
The platform.
Yeah,
okay.
It's the platform. We're not producing intelligence ourselves. We are connecting to more than 300 sources of intelligence that can be open or that can be the vendors that we all know about that is producing threat intelligence.
Gotcha. So is David Bianco's Pyramid of Pain, I assume you're familiar?
I'm familiar.
Is that still relevant today? Is it still very much, when you're trying to use this intelligence, you have to be careful about, the expiration of the intelligence, how long it's valuable to you for, that kind of thing?
Yeah, the life cycle of intelligence is still very much relevant. Mm-hmm. I think on the Pyramid of Pain, we're seeing a huge shift related just to AI. Because, at the top of the Pyramid of Pain, you have the TTP, which is like the tactics, which is like the behavior of attackers that is very difficult to change over time. The main problem here is changing his behavior now thanks to, agentic AI or offensive operations using AI. It's starting to be a lot more mainstream because you can change your tactics more and more and be able to adapt quickly.
So one of the things I see enterprise struggle with is understanding where they are or are not getting value out of a product, out of a process, measuring the value of, they buy a product, they implement the product, then they go buy a new product, and they don't stop to say, okay, is it configured correctly? Are we getting value out of it? Maybe we are getting value out of it, but a year from now we're not. Like, how would we know, right? So how do you enable customers to make sure that they're getting value out of that threat intelligence that they have, and it's not just noise?
Yeah, I will be honest with you.
Yeah.
When we started the company and we started to work on OpenCTI, really our main conviction was, okay, we'll help organizations to really get the most of the threat intelligence data and information they have by connecting that to a lot of different platforms and security stack tools. I think we have a certain success doing this, but we had also the conviction that if we're not doing that ourselves and implementing the full circle of threat-informed defense, meaning basically, okay, you have your intelligence. The next question is, okay, is this intelligence, am I targeted? And if I'm targeted, I am ready or not. And so the readiness of the organizations and the security posture in regards of this threat, and then identifying the gaps and remediating those gaps. Mm-hmm. It was the only way for us, and this is where we came with the idea of threat management, which is MITRE is explaining that as threat-informed defense approach, or CTEM, continuous threat exposure management, is really about this. It's about this loop where something is going on in your threat landscape, it's bad for you, it's a campaign that may target you, it's something that you have seen previously, and so then you automatically in your environment, you test and you assess your posture in regards of these threats, and then you remediate the gaps. And the only way to have the ROI at the end, say, okay, how many gaps I have covered? I am better now than I was yesterday. It's the only way to be proactive.
Yeah, and it's and related to that, again, one of the issues I see is a lot of products they feel like you're getting something done, right? Like they produce things for you to do, and you do those things, like busy work generators, right?
Yeah.
And it's, so like you log, the WAF guy comes to work, he logs into the WAF, he clicks things, he logs out, he goes home. Are we more secure? Right? Like, what if we turned off the WAF? Would anything, would we be less secure? And Ross Haliluk, he wrote a book called Cyber for Builders, and one of my favorite quotes out of that is that we need to move from promise-based security to evidence-based security, right? And it seems like CTEM, it's designed. That's one of the things you should be able to do with that. You do have a validation stage.
Yeah.
And I hear this a lot. I see companies out there. I was very optimistic about the breach and attack simulation space when it came out years ago. Is that something, do you actually see people doing that validation step? Because traditionally it's very difficult. I'm not allowed to exploit something in production because we might break it, we might take it down, threat to availability. What do you see customers doing there to get that evidence to make sure that they are vulnerable to something or they're not vulnerable to something?
I fully agree with you, and obviously we want people to be able to validate their posture. So, and when it comes to validation, it's not only about technical validation. Is my EDR is working properly? My next-gen SIEM, my XDR, is it detected, prevented? Is my cloud security working correctly as well? It's also about the human response of all of this. Is it triaging in time? Do I respect my SLAs? Is the false positive qualified really truly? And I think what we're seeing, it's the fact that, or most of organizations, they would like to have this validation part. Some organizations are doing sampling, which is good. Sampling meaning you take a kind of representation of your production environment, but the problem is never exactly your prod, because you know that in your production environment some things can be broken. You can have your antivirus that is disabled somewhere for whatever reason, and so it's not representative. So we have some organizations that successfully roll out that to the full production environment, but it's taking a lot of time because, as you mentioned, you are not allowed to execute malicious payloads in a production environment, and so it's starting to be difficult to do breach and attack simulation at scale. That being said, I think it's starting to be much more really urgent to do that validation, especially when you think about agentic SOC. Because when I'm talking about human response, no, it's the same with agents. How you validate that the new version of your agent is doing work properly? How you are actually comparing agents together? They're triaging, investigating by themselves,
right.
And that's really important that you can validate this work. And so, validation and CTEM is even in the agentic era is very, very urgent.
Yeah, and that there's so much excitement about what maybe AI agents could do, but also we keep hearing these stories about what happens when people maybe give access that's too broad, things like that. I don't know if I want to think about AI agents doing the validation piece, just pen testers, children just roaming free, just exploiting things, right?
Yeah.
So
that's scary.
We have to put some guardrails around that, right? So yeah, one of the other things that we've known for a while now is that we do need to filter a lot of our data. A very small percentage of vulnerabilities are ever exploited, ever result in any real loss or damage to an organization and represent risk to them. And we've had some problems here in the U.S. with with our vulnerability databases and things like that. And I've seen Europe has been stepping up to the challenge. What's the quality of threat intelligence? It can only be good that we have more sources and more different perspectives producing these sources of threat intelligence. What have you seen in Europe and in terms of the quality of threat intelligence coming out and more of that building up? Because that's what gets me excited.
Yeah, I think you're right. If you want to have a proper vulnerability management program, the only way is having like multiple sources, because you have things we have talked about this about like EPSS score and exploitation in the wild of vulnerabilities, but really, like if you want to have a proper program, you need threat intelligence sources that are really able to tell you, okay, is this vulnerability really exploited? But also, are you vulnerable? Is it exploitable? And what is the impact of this vulnerability? And I think exposure validation can also help you on this one. And you mentioned like breach and attack simulation. Sometimes during like a full-fledged attack path scenario, you have like a first vulnerability, but then you're fully blocked. So even if it's exploitable, like you don't have any attack path possible. So you always have like to think about what is the impact at the end of the day of exploiting this vulnerability. And so that's critical. And that's tied to risk as well. Is it on a risky system? Is it something you don't really care about? Or is it like something that is really like putting you at risk? So like risk is important. But the quality of threat intelligence, I think, is definitely growing. I think AI is helping as well in this area. But still, we're like some sources are good, but some other sources are not really good at doing and helping you doing the triage on all of that.
Yeah, and your note about not all exploits being equal. Like oftentimes, I find it really instructive and useful to zoom in and okay, let's look at this one vulnerability. What does exploitation mean for this one vulnerability? Oh, it's information disclosure. Oh, I now know the internal IP address of this web server. I can't hack it. It's not remote code execution. Like it's not something that's really actionable for me unless there's another vulnerability where it benefits me to know that 172.16.1.1 is the internal IP address of this thing. So like sometimes exploit doesn't mean you can take over the network, you can take over the server. Like there's denial of service. Exploit might mean denial of service, right? So still, even when something says exploitable or actively exploited, that doesn't mean damaged. Yeah,
that doesn't mean you're at risk, basically. So this is exactly the purpose of like really having a program that helping you to get the risk on top of that. And I think all the CISOs in the world, they are telling you, you was talking about like, the tools and everything, how you get the ROI. I think all the security teams are looking about only one thing. Is it about like reducing the risk they're exposed to?
And, before we wrap up the conversation, I have to talk about the factor of speed, how important speed has become. We've watched, we already mentioned the time to exploit dropping. The M-Trends, latest M-Trends report just came out, and speed of attackers is still quicker than, dwell time is still less than what the attackers need to get the job done, right? So we're still finding out after the attacker's completely done, they've left the building, they've accomplished their task. How do defenders get faster here? Because I think on the other side of it, we talked about availability. I'm not allowed to exploit things in production because I might take things down. But at the same time, like, how do I prioritize if I don't have some permission to potentially break things? Right? How do defenders get faster?
That's everything that we are working about. And everyone, I think, here at RSA is talking about, how we can be more proactive, how we can strong exploitation before someone is doing it. So I think your question is dual. The question is about how I can react more quickly to something that is happening, how I can be quicker than just like, okay, the attacker is here and then he has left the building, but you didn't have like time to react. So on this, I think it's really everything related to like the modern SOC and the ability to have like very quick alert and very like the lowest little possible noise level just to very, very quickly react. And then you have everything related to the prevention part and the proactive part. And to me, that's really, really about like continuously testing your security posture and adapting your posture and adapting your configuration. On the long term, it should be fully almost automated, like human in the loop for big changes in configuration. But it's really about like continuously to test your defenses against like the latest threat and the emerging threats. That's the only way that we can like get up to speed, because we are more like, on the proactive part where we're like just like, reacting on something.
Right. Yeah, so what I'm hearing is like some of this threat intelligence is not just here's a list of IP addresses to block, right? Like it's strategically What preventative controls can I put in place so that I don't necessarily have to be faster? Like I have a better chance of preventing in the first place.
Yeah, and I think it's also a question of doing that continuously.
Yeah.
Because even if you have an incident, let's say 1 year ago, you got breached, you know everything related to this incident, the malware sample that was used, the TTPs that were used, etc. Who is telling you that after 1 year you don't have like break something that will allow this incident to rehappen again? Mm-hmm. And so what we love also about like being like threat driven is not only just continuously testing on new campaigns, new TTPs, new malware. It's also saying, okay, let's take this case 1 year ago, let's try to replay it.
Exactly. I love it. Thank you so much for joining me today. This is great.
Thank you very much.
All right, to learn more about Filigran, please visit securityweekly.com/Filigran, RSAC. And Filigran is spelled
Filigran,
RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. And stick around, we'll be right back after the break.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Joshua Marpet, and joining me today is Edward Wu, CEO and founder at Dropzone.ai. Hey, Edward, thanks for being here. I appreciate this. We're here to talk about agentic AI SOC, and that's cool, but I got to tell you, we're at RSAC 2026, and RSAC has, and I'm not joking, I went up to the, on the second floor of Moscone South, there's the sort of new companies, the emerging
Early
companies.
stage expos.
Early stage expo,
Yeah.
thank you. I couldn't think of the word. They keep changing the name.
Yeah.
So the early stage expo, there were at least 50 companies in there that say some variant of agentic AI SOC.
Yeah.
And then down in the main expo floor, oh my God. The main expo floor, if you've never been there, I don't know if you've been there this time
Yeah,
around.
I have just a couple of times.
There's booths that are 2 stories high with lights that look like a concert going off.
Yeah.
There's a booth where there's a table glued to the ceiling and it's a Mad Hatter tea party going on. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, it's absolutely crazy. But there's so many agentic AI SOC vendors out there
Yep.
that I know we've got some questions to talk about. What I really want to hammer on, what I really want to know is, why do I care about Dropzone AI? What's different about Dropzone AI as compared to hundreds of other vendors that have sprung up lately?
Yeah, that's a great question. And from our perspective, 2 things really stand out for Dropzone. Number 1 is we are the most proven and we have the most production deployments. At this point, on a given day, Dropzone system is already processing security alerts in production from over 300 enterprises. So
Okay,
that's
so you've got over 300 deployments.
correct.
That's a lot. A lot
Yeah.
of these are doing 5 and 10 and 20. So
Yep.
300 is, so Dropzone's been around for a while.
Yeah, we have been around for 3 years, but one thing that really helped us to get that many deployments is, in addition to working with enterprises directly, we also work with MSSPs and MDRs. So we partner with them to help them better service their clients.
Well, that's smart. They're handling the security, and then you're telling them how well they're doing and helping
Yep.
them to understand what vulnerabilities and threats and so on are coming in, right?
Correct. We're helping them to force multiply their existing team of security analysts.
Good word. Good. It is force multiplication,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay, so, and you said there were 2 things, and I'm sorry
Yeah.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, it's good. So the second difference we have is at Dropzone, because of the extensive production deployments, we are able to leverage federated learning to make our software stand on its own legs. What I mean by that, if you peel back the curtain of a lot of AI startups and vendors, you can actually find additional human labor being deployed to essentially post-process the outputs of the AI systems.
Why?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And a lot of
It's supposed to be agentic AI. It's supposed to do it on its own.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing we have discovered, and as the process of building the technology, is agentic AI systems and AI agents is actually very difficult to build. You might think, hey, I can use ChatGPT, I can use Cloud, I can talk to it, and it's pretty smart and seems to be do a good job. But ultimately, large language models by themselves are non-deterministic. You can ask GPT the same question 20 times, it will give you 20 different answers. But that's not what you want for security operations. You want to have a system where you can feed it the same alert 20 times or 200 times. And it needs to give you the same conclusion, recommendations.
I need consistency.
Exactly.
I need something that is valid and reliable.
Exactly. And
Okay.
so one of the big technical challenge that software developers and vendors need to address is, how do I turn and chain together a lot of non-deterministic large language model invocations into a system that's deterministic and controllable. And
why did you say it that way? So let me explain. Why did you say I do a large number of invocations?
Yep.
Are you saying that you're using multiple agents, multiple AI agents for that?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean by that?
Exactly.
Okay.
Like, for example, peel back the curtain a little bit. When Dropzone's AI SOC analyst is investigating a security alert,
right,
there are end-to-end, there are close to 100 distinct large language model invocations in order to achieve this whole high-level task.
Okay, so for a single incident,
Yep.
you could spin up 100 different agents?
We are making 100 different large language model invocations. Some of them might be one agent, but it's getting called like 20 times.
Okay. Oh, so that would count for 20 of the 100 or so.
Correct.
But I mean, that's a lot of tokens to burn
Yep.
for a single incident.
Yep.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, we're okay with that, and the economy works out at the end. But it might sound a little bit surprising, but if you look into what actually happens in our head when we investigate an alert, right? we start off by comprehending what the alert is about. And then we start to propose hypotheses on what might have triggered the alert in the first place.
What was the cause? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And then we go gather data, like pivoting to SIEMs, EDRs, identity systems, to see if we can invalidate or validate those initial hypotheses.
You're basically built, sorry, it just struck in my head, you've built a microservices architecture for AI SOC.
Yeah, like in the backend.
Sort of.
In the backend, you can see the alert investigation process has a lot of distinct cognitive steps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? And then at the end, there's also the report writing part. A lot of
That's
people.
a big part of it. People don't get that the communication of your findings is incredibly, sorry, I'm a big fan of good reporting and documentation. So I came from a digital forensics background, and the joke was, you think you're finished with your reporting and documentation? Yeah, good, go right another level.
Yeah, exactly. And we have all experienced, like when you use large language models directly, they give you paragraphs and paragraphs of text, right? But in order for practitioners and human users to understand them, you really need to, like you said, write the same report in different depths.
Yes,
And then,
different levels of detail, yeah. Okay, so you've built out a way to invoke a specific invocation of a specific LLM model for a specific task in an entire workflow.
Exactly.
Okay,
and
is that common for AI SOCs, or is that something you've done?
Yeah, it's like, I would say we were the first pioneering it. Now, there are other vendors leveraging kind of somewhat similar architecture, but it takes a lot of engineering to make the whole system robust and deterministic. And that's why...
Okay, stop. Well, you've been saying that, and I want to stop and call you on that for a second. You've been saying to make the system deterministic, it takes a lot of engineering. Explain.
Yeah.
Please. What's the difference? Like, why do I care about how deterministic it is?
Yeah, again, because you don't want to feed the system and single alert 50 times and get 50 different conclusions, right? So this is where each large language model invocation is non-deterministic. But how do you chain and control 100 non-deterministic invocations into a system that is deterministic? Like one analogy I use...
You're crowdsourcing your own models.
There's a little bit that, like maybe to give you a slightly different analogy.
Okay, please, I'm sorry.
One way you can think about large language models is they are like combustion.
Burning something?
Sorry?
Like burning something?
Yeah, burning something, exactly.
Okay.
So combustion is non-deterministic, right? The flame might go left, might go right.
Fuzzy logic, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and what we have been building is, we are building a harness. It's kind of like an internal combustion engine. Like, why do you need an internal combustion engine? The goal of the internal combustion engine is to control the non-deterministic combustion into reliable mechanical work, right?
So brilliant! You take the combustion and instead you put it in a frame,
in a harness,
and do it as a controllable, predictable, repeatable spray of gasoline or diesel or whatever.
Exactly.
And then that fuzzy combustion is now predictable.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that analogy. That's really cool. Thank you. Okay, so you've got a system where you take non-deterministic, probabilistic LLMs. You break them down into single task LLMs. You call them as you need them, which also makes them modular. Because I can change the workflow and the calling depending on what type of investigation it is, what type of alert. Am I right?
Yep, exactly.
Okay. So it's almost like software-defined workloads.
Correct.
All right. And then I string them together, and through the usage of very careful harnessing of the information input and the information output and the reporting on it, I can take that probabilistic answers, turn them into deterministic answers, and control and make it, again, valid and reliable.
Yep, exactly.
And that's different from other vendors, other platforms. How?
Yeah, the biggest difference is if you do that, then you can really achieve end-to-end automation, right? I talked about one of the difference Dropzone has is 100% of our outcome is delivered by software. But if you look at a lot of other AI SOC startups, for example, if you go to their careers page, you might notice they are hiring night shift analysts. And it's not uncommon to see deployments where you have a team of internal security analysts directing a supposedly full software agentic SOC system. But in the reality, it's in-house security analysts directing software that's directing a team of analysts that's working on behalf of the vendor. So you end up with this like human AI human sandwich. And
that's bad.
And that's kind of where we don't do that. So like we have 100% software. There are no magic, outsourced or analyst contractors that's post-processing the output of our software.
Okay, and you're able to get, again, and I know I'm harping on this, I'm sorry, this is really cool. You're able to get deterministic, valid, reliable answers using 100% software.
Correct.
But how flexible is that? How dynamic is that? How able to adapt to change is that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Like when we think about our software and a typical drop zone deployment, we think about it like it's kind of like hiring a digital employee, where on day one, the digital employee is already able to contribute by like analyzing phishing emails, looking at EDR alerts. But that digital employee, within the first hour, might not fully understand the organizational context, like policies, practices, and preferences. So we go through an adaptation and alignment process to help our system understand the actual environment. And we do that by a number of different ways. For example, we can feed it existing wiki pages.
Right.
Oftentimes, we actually give our AI SOC analyst access to historical case notes of historically triaged alerts. It's very similar to if you have a new hire security analyst on your team, one of the ways to help that person on board is say, hey, look at the alerts the team has triaged in the last 60 days, memorize like how we have done things historically. But
because that's the way we're going to do it going forward.
Yes. And the beauty with software and AI and large language models is they can read through those case notes within an hour.
Yeah, easy. So we've made arguments today that because of the way you invoke your agents, because of the way you use 100% software-based SOC agents, because of the way that you worked very hard and put a lot of engineering in to make them deterministic, that you are different from the hundreds of other agentic AI SOC, did I say agentic enough times? Dear God. SOC vendors, that makes you a better agentic SOC system.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm gonna, again, I know I'm harping on it, but I'm gonna push back and say, okay, is that gonna stay the same? What's next for you? What's next to keep you ahead of the pack?
Yep, so that's a great question. For us, it's a couple of things. The first axis is adding additional agents.
Okay.
Like this is where when you look at the typical detection and response function, obviously you have human SOC analysts, but you have a lot of other roles as well. Like at Dropzone, our goal is to build an army of AI agents, and each agent is specialized to automate a specific type and chunk of manual and repetitive work.
That microservice architecture we're talking about. Right, okay.
So right now we started off with our AI SOC analyst. We have been building it for the last 3 years, and just a week ago we announced our chapter 2, which is building 7 additional agents for the broader detection and response function. So we're actively building AI threat intelligence analyst, an AI threat hunter, an AI detection engineer, an AI security hardening engineer, an AI...
To do the hardening, not find out where the hardening was bad or whatever.
Correct. To recommend the hardening.
Proactive, not reactive.
Exactly.
Oh, nice.
Very nice. We're adding additional agents on the response side of the house as well, like an AI forensic analyst. Like when...
No kidding. An AI forensics analyst.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to. When that comes out, I want to see that. Would you mind giving me a demo, or one of your people giving me a demo?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really cool. We have been playing with prototypes of these different agents, and I think the future is going to be very exciting, where the existing human analysts and engineers in the security teams will more or less be up-leveled as like generals and special forces, and then you end up having an army of AI agents to be your foot soldiers.
Oh, that's brilliant. Okay, I like that, and it's interesting, but that's the clearest vision I've heard, because I've talked to several of these companies, of what the next steps should be. They've all tried to build what you've termed as your first step, right? What's taken you 3 years to build, and they're just starting. And now you're already working on your next step, and you announced it last week.
Correct.
When is it going to be live? Any of it?
Yeah, so our AI threat intelligence analyst and AI threat hunter is in closed beta right now. And we're planning to GA it around summer. And then all the additional agents will be coming online in the coming quarters. Our goal is before summer 2027, we have a team of 8 AI agents that we can sell as kind of like a package to SOC.
Nicely done. Very, very nicely done. That is a solid strategic plan. And
Thank you.
With that, Edward, thanks for joining us today. To learn more about DropZone AI, please visit securityweekly.com/dropzone-RSAC. And for full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome back to RSAC 2026. I'm Matt Alderman. Joining me today is Mark Manzano, General Manager, Cybersecurity Group at Sandbox AQ. Mark, welcome.
Welcome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about AI guardrails or the lack of AI guardrails. It's interesting, when I was reading the description for the segment, I'm like, wait, did we ever have guardrails on AI?
No.
I didn't think so.
Do we have them yet? No.
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 Will we get any?
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were presenting, you've done a lot of presentations and meetings this week. When I think about AI, I think about new challenges that we haven't experienced before.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Right? So, look, I've been doing this for almost 30 years. We've kind of rehashed problems around and around. And when I look at kind of the landscape out there right now, I see a bunch of companies saying, hey, I can protect your AI. But I don't think they really understand that the way to protect AI is very different than what we've done in the enterprise security space. So where do you see some of the big challenges that organizations are going to face when it comes to putting some security around artificial intelligence?
Yeah, I've been having a lot of conversations this week with a lot of decision makers within information security teams, CISOs of really large companies or like small companies. And there are several things that are just common across the board. One important topic that comes to mind is speed and the asymmetry in which the malicious actors are leveraging AI, and how that is not evolving at the same pace from the cyber defense side.
Agreed.
The main reason is attackers need to succeed once. Defenders need to succeed every single time. Attackers don't care at all about guardrails.
And they don't care about breaking things because that's their goal.
And they don't care.
Right.
Defenders need to make sure that if they put AI in use, it's properly controlled. And there is a massive asymmetry there. And everybody is very, very nervous about that. So speed and asymmetry is definitely a really big challenge that it's common across the board. Another thing that I've been hearing about is shadow AI. So it's no one knows for sure what AI systems are present in their environment. They don't even know who is using their private accounts to leverage or be more efficient at work.
Right.
Let alone other systems that are totally blind. So that's definitely another topic. Supply chain, big topic. We haven't really solved supply chain in the pre-AI era.
Yeah.
In the AI era, it's just going crazy.
Right.
Basically, we don't even know which of our current vendors are inserting AI.
Right.
For not taking properly. It can be fine, but there are other services that are definitely leveraging AI for something internal, and we have no idea. We're totally blind about that.
Yeah.
And
you have no idea what's happening to the data or the conversation.
You have no
or any
idea.
of that. Right.
No idea.
Yeah.
And then that takes us to the data. It's DSPs, the traditional data security providers that we've been leveraging, are really good at leveling PII or structured sensitive data. But what happens nowadays is that when you communicate to a system, you're not sending a credit card number, you're not sending an email or a social security number, you're sending a prompt.
Right.
And then you need to basically try to understand from a semantic perspective if that prompt contains sensitive data or if I'm exfiltrating anything.
Right.
And this is something we're not ready yet for. And that's only between the user and the first AI system. But then what happens with that data once it hits the first agent and that gets sent to another agent or to another agent? You have zero knowledge about what is done with that information or that data. You have zero traceability, zero auditability.
Right.
The entire thing, it's very, very, very crazy. So all of these challenges, I think, are very important. And we, as vendors, need to be acknowledging that the entire landscape has changed. And what we have been trying to apply to humans until now is not going to work in the age of AI because of all of these things that I've been mentioning. And one last thing that I thought was like a really smart comment was like the CISO of a really large entity mentioned, the way I've started highlighting this risk to my board is by letting them understand that this is a really big insider threat risk. Basically, I'm bringing in employees, I'm giving them access to the crown jewel data, and I'm not being able to either interview them or run background checks on them.
Yeah.
That's actually what is happening with agents nowadays. Like you're putting those things in production environments, giving them access to data, and you have no idea if they are fine or not.
Right.
And that's kind of the insider threat analogy that the CISO was making. I thought it was like really, really good to kind of be able to explain an easy way in the old terms how these might be impacting the current posture. So.
Yeah. So let's talk speed for a second. We know for a fact exploits are available for brand new disclosed vulnerabilities before the patch is ready.
Yeah.
So that's a really interesting example. The attackers are using AI to create exploits to vulnerabilities that are disclosed before the patch is actually released.
Correct.
Right? So that kind of reinforces this issue. And if we as defenders don't have a capability to be able to know that that vulnerability is coming and how to protect against it, we are instantly negative time behind, right? Like mean time to detect is like negative.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's insane, right?
Correct.
But that's happening today.
Yeah.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to speed, because all this other stuff is just going to accelerate this,
That's
right?
correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. We need to make sure that like every single system that we bring to help us improve our security posture is able to move at that speed. And if we have a system that is supposed to be helping us patch systems, that is like at the level where we know that as soon as there is like a CVE published, we have that like in mind, and as soon as there is the patch, like we're able to like directly apply that,
apply
or put guardrails around that, so that it, even if someone tries to leverage that vulnerability and exploit it and get through the system, we have put certain guardrails around that we know when that breach is happening or when that attempt is happening.
Right, exactly.
So I think that we need to think this way, to always try to be precisely to the point you were making, at least at the same pace, running at the same pace than the attacker.
Like
we cannot afford
we can't have
being
a 30 to 45 day patch window. No. Those days are gone.
Yeah.
Let's talk about shadow AI, which was your second point, right? Which is, we're really bad at asset inventory as an industry, right? So how do I solve for this? How do I understand what AI systems are in place, what my employees are using? We don't even know what hardware and software we have in our environments, let alone all the different AI systems that are out there. How do we start to solve for that?
So I think this needs to be a combination of deploying sensors in the right places and ingesting data that you already exist, that you already collect, and that is existing in your current enterprise, that might give us insight about like whether there are like some hidden things that you don't know about.
Right.
And the idea is like you gather all of these data, either data that you generate through sensors or that you gather from existing systems, and you converge everything, you deduplicate, and you provide a really clear view of this is what we have found, is this safe for purpose?
Yeah.
And then the idea is, it's not only about inventorying and knowing what you have, you need to know if that's posing a risk. And posing a risk against like what kind of policy within your business context. And you need to be able to connect those dots. So any tool that is not able to give you that really useful information targeting your business context, it's just adding more noise and it's not going to help you. So it's not about like just like listing what you have, but giving you the right like business knowledge about how can you make the best decision to protect your business or to at least like enhance the security posture of it.
Yeah, and that evolves into your point 3, which is a supply chain.
Yeah,
right?
Correct.
Because again, now I've proliferated these capabilities to all my third-party, nth-party areas, right? And so again, it just the supply chain expands this problem even further, doesn't it?
We saw that like a couple of days ago with the light LLM kind of vulnerability, and we're going to be seeing like this like happening again and again. We've seen a very common pattern is malicious actors take an open source LLM model, they insert malware in it, they upload it to the Hugging Face with the same name V2, and developers just download it because they think it's a new version of the model. Yeah. And then we've seen that live in some environments.
Oh, interesting.
Where actually when you run some checks on that, like it's very clear, and very easy to detect that there is like malware running in it that is like dedicated to exfiltrate like credentials or some sort of data. This is happening. So if this happens firsthand for developers that use models, like what can happen for other vendors that are also like involving and integrating AI into their systems, and they are not telling you or not being upfront with you about, hey, like they are leveraging these kind of things in their software bill of materials or in their like, I don't know, like generic vendor assessment that procurement runs when they bring vendors on board, right? So we're blind there, and this needs to improve. Yeah.
Now you're also a quantum expert.
I'm a cryptographer, and I love quantum.
So here's my curveball. I told you I was going to throw you one. I hypothesized about a year and a half ago, that with Q-Day approaching and the proliferation of artificial intelligence and agents, that the foundation of the internet could be MCP servers and quantum cryptography. What do you think?
Quantum cryptography, if like in the pure sense of quantum cryptography, like quantum key distribution, etc., I think that's going to be a long-term thing because it doesn't really scale. Like what might happen in the short term, it's post-quantum cryptography, which is traditional cryptography based on mathematics, just that
longer keys.
Not really longer keys. It's based on different mathematical problems that are not vulnerable to a quantum attack that can be executed and run on a large enough quantum computer. But that's going to happen regardless of the Q-Day.
Right.
Like we have new standards that are quantum safe algorithms that the entire digital world needs to move onto. And this is happening. Like we already have like deadlines by 2030, by 2035. We won't see anything that is either RSA, which is the name of the conference, or ECC based. And everything will be PQC, post quantum cryptography.
So how do these come together, right? Like if I'm a CISO right now, I've got the pressures of artificial intelligence coming down me on one side. I got the pressures of Q-Day coming down to me on the other side. Like how do I tackle this in a way that makes sense for me?
So I think that it's really, really important to have like specific programs, separated programs for each of those important topics. Like for the quantum threat, there are regulatory bodies that are like making sure that everyone is like taking the necessary steps on these. Even if this sounds like a very far away topic, it's a multi-year effort. And we know that for sure because we've been working on this for a long time, and our like largest customers take years to kind of move this forward. So this is a multi-year effort, and it's a totally independent program to modernize cryptographic governance.
Yes, but can I tie it into my AI initiatives and start to get ahead of this architectural challenge now?
Both things can be like transformational initiatives within an enterprise. Like you definitely need to start investing into implementing AI security solutions that help you stay at the pace of attackers, that help you not become the person that says no to everything, which is what a lot of CISOs are doing nowadays, because they really don't have any tool that makes them feel comfortable with deploying like more agents or more automation. So you should be able to say more yes if you have the right tools for AI, and at the same time, like you can definitely like explore and implement like a longer term program for modernizing cryptography. Those can eventually converge in the sense that a really modern cryptographic management layer can eventually help you have a much safer and secure agentic AI orchestration layer,
Right,
because
that's what I mean.
you'll need
Yeah.
permissions and you'll need identities that should be granted eventually on the fly, and you cannot do that if for every identity you have to create, you need to open a Jira ticket. Like, this needs to be like fully end-to-end automated, and whenever someone needs identity to access these kind of data, that identity is granted for a small period of time, and you lock that down, and then that's it. And you remove human interaction in the middle. You just make sure that everything is done accordingly. So, yeah.
Mark, thank you so much for joining us. To learn more about Sandbox AQ, please visit securityweekly.com/Sandbox AQ RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more interviews.
Welcome to RSAC 2026. I'm Joshua Marpet. Joining me today is Bobby Ford, Chief Strategy and Experience Officer. I think we're going to talk about that at Doppel. So, Bobby, thanks for joining me today.
Thank you for having me. I love RSA. This is my favorite time of year.
Really?
So anything I can do while I'm here, I'm fully engaged, fully excited about. So glad to be here.
Well, let's talk.
Let's do it.
So, okay, I've got to tell you, by the way, Doppel, love the name, because doppelganger, right?
It is, yeah,
Okay,
exactly,
cool.
exactly.
I really like that name.
Which is funny because some people will mispronounce it without catching the whole doppel.
Like Doppel or something? Or?
Yeah, that's it, exactly.
It's not about doppel, it's about doppelgangers.
Yeah, you got it.
But, I mean, I got to tell you that human risk management, basically talking about social engineering, open source intelligence, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's a tough market to be in. Not only is it that, and I've walked several of the expos here at RSA, there's so many companies that have just jumped into it with both feet. And I mean that literally, by the way, with both feet.
Yeah.
Because some of them I walk up, I'm like, okay, tell me what you do.
Okay.
And they're like, oh, we do human risk management. I'm like, okay, great. How?
Yeah.
And they go, oh, well, we stop people from clicking links.
Yeah.
I'm like, any links? They're like, yeah, that's how we do it.
Yeah.
No, that's not the way it works. They have to do their job.
Right.
So it's a tough market because there's a lot of newbies, there's a lot of companies that are doing it, I'm going to be honest, wrong.
Okay.
So do me a favor, tell me how you're doing it right.
Okay. Let me start by saying I believe that the reason why so many organizations are talking about human risk management is because it's a problem. Well, yeah. So then we have to sort of define it. And you can almost use human risk management and cybersecurity interchangeably. And what I mean by that is you always have to think about the hands behind the keyboard. So everything is about the human. Yep. Whether it's the human that's initiating the attack, whether it's the human that has created these agentic bots to attack, so it's always the humans. So it all could be considered human risk management. But you asked...
I hadn't thought about from the attacker point of view, the humans on that side. It's okay, interesting point.
And we recently lost the former head of the FBI, Robert Mueller. I remember when he spoke at RSA many moons ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, you remember he spoke, he keynoted. And in his keynote, the title of it was The Hands Behind the Keyboards.
Oh, no.
You remember that?
I didn't. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was the hands behind the keyboard. And honestly, it shifted the way I think about everything. So I think about the attacker from, the humans behind the keyboards. I think about, the compromise, the humans behind the keyboards on both sides. So human risk management. You ask, what does Doppel do that's either different, or what does Doppel do that makes us better? I think that was somewhat of the question, right? Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, cool. So then what Doppel does when we talk about human risk management is there are a few things that we do that's better.
Okay.
Number one is it's about being faster to detections.
Is it fast enough?
Is it ever fast enough?
No, that's the problem.
Yeah. All right. So it's never fast enough. So I think you used the term earlier. You called it like an arms race.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Absolutely.
And you want to be faster. So you're constantly evolving.
You want to be ahead of the competitor. You want the adversary. Yeah.
You want to be ahead of the adversary. Of course, you want to be ahead of the competitor, but you want to constantly be getting faster. So that's the first thing that Doppel does. And the reason why we do that is because of the way that we've been engineered. A lot of the people in this space are leveraging technology that's old. They're leveraging legacy technology.
Really?
And yeah, absolutely. And it's hard to fight a modern battle with legacy technology.
Yeah, it's like taking cannon to a machine gun fight.
That's exactly what it's like. And so when you talk about these AI-enabled attacks, I think you need AI-enabled defenses. I would question, and I mean this sincerely, Josh. So here comes a hot take. People like hot takes. I would question anyone claiming to be AI native that was online prior to 2021.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Yeah. I told you it's going to be a hot take.
You're telling me that you don't think
be a hot take.
Anybody can claim to be AI native
what is AI
ever online before 2021?
No, I didn't say that. I said I would challenge them.
Okay.
I said I would challenge them. And what I mean by challenging them is that when did AI really become mainstream?
I mean, that includes you,
No, it doesn't include us. It doesn't include us.
Why?
Yeah, it's because we've been around for about 4 years now. Yeah, we've been around 4 years now.
Oh, the company.
The company.
I thought you were talking about the people.
No, I'm talking about the company.
Man, I feel old.
Yeah. No. I'm talking about the organization. It's like organizations that were saying that they were cloud native,
Oh yeah, before 2010.
Before
or
the
something.
cloud, exactly.
Yeah.
2010, exactly before the cloud. So that's what makes us faster. So we're fighting these AI battles using AI technology. So number one, it's faster. Number two, it's about being multi-channel.
Explain that, please.
Yeah, multi-channel. The way that we communicate, the way that we operate, the way that we work is across multiple channels.
You mean like Slack?
So what I mean by channels is, collaboration platforms. So like Slack, Teams, email, telephone, social media. That's how we work.
Well, that's all the different ways you can get at somebody for
Exactly.
risk, for social engineering.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so a lot of the controls and a lot of the legacy organizations, they focus on a single channel. So the attackers, when they're looking at attacking someone, going after someone, they're doing it across multiple channels.
Well, yeah, they're going to get you any which way they can.
Exactly.
If they want you,
yep,
they're going to get you any which. There's targeted attackers, untargeted attackers, skilled attackers, unskilled attackers.
Absolutely.
If they want you, they're going to come at you every way.
Every way. Yep. And so you need a control platform that protects you across multiple channels.
Okay, and you do that.
We do that. Doppel does that.
How?
Yeah. How do we do that? So we're looking and ingesting data across these multiple channels.
All right.
And so when we're ingesting the data across these multiple channels, we have relationship with the providers that operate those channels so that we can not only detect it, but that we can take it down.
Like you have a relationship with Slack and Teams?
So we have a relationship. Yeah, no worries. So we have a relationship with the social media providers, with the telco providers, anywhere where that infrastructure is being hosted. We have a relationship with the host, and that's how we take it down.
You can actually do like a formal takedown.
Exactly. Yeah. That's our bread and butter.
It's not just that you're like you can block it at the firewall or whatever. You can actually go to the source and take down some of the almost like scam baiting.
So you mentioned blocking it at the firewall. Doppel is successful when it doesn't get to your firewall.
Well, that's even better. Yeah,
it's much better. Yeah. So the goal is that we want to take it down when it's being built. We want to take it down at the infrastructure level.
You're actually benefiting other companies that don't even have you as you're not even retained by them because you're taking down the scammers, the nasty
So now
people.
you get it. Now you get it, and that's why that's why when we say that we're in the business to solve social engineering attacks, it's not just like we're not just benefiting the customers, like our customers, our clients. I think that we're doing a just service for anyone that operates on the internet.
Okay, much respect on that. That's
Thank you.
nice.
Yeah.
And
It's
because
a
you're
bigger mission.
Operating like a formal takedown service, it's benefiting a lot of people.
Absolutely.
And you're pushing them farther and farther and farther away from the mainstream areas of the internet, if you will.
Exactly.
Pushing them to the grungy side areas.
Exactly.
The bulletproof hosting and things like that, which at least we know where those are and we can block them again.
Right.
Okay, so you work in a multi-channel fashion.
Yeah.
You are AI enabled and AI native, basically.
Yep, absolutely.
You are doing it faster, stronger, better.
Yeah.
Cue the song.
Yeah.
And we didn't need to sing this song.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. But I mean, I want to know where this is going. Do you think that this arms race will end? Do you think that this arms race, how is this going to happen?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay, I get that, and it's the right answer, but it's like darn. But how are you measuring it as well?
When you say how are we measuring what?
I'm a customer. How are you telling me, hey, you're doing great, you're doing poorly? You said something about a threat graph?
Yeah. So I didn't mention that earlier. So the threat graph is what we use to link attacks.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, talk to me.
And it's why we're so successful at getting stuff taken down. So what does that mean? That means that when we ingest data and we identify a typo squatted domain,
right,
we can then see if that typo squatted domain is associated with an email address.
Right.
And then we can pivot. We link those we link those alerts. And then we can pivot from that typo squatted domain and that email address to see if there's a LinkedIn account associated with it.
You're localizing and narrowing to the actual attacker.
Well, what we're doing is we're mapping the attacker's infrastructure.
Okay, yeah, valid.
Yeah. We're mapping the attacker's infrastructure, and then once
you can
we
see if it's the same attacker.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, and that's why we have a lot of success with getting stuff taken down, because we're not just going to the providers with one, alert, but we're showing them the entire attacker.
You're showing them a pattern of abuse.
Yeah.
Going against the provider's terms of service. And then they can say, okay, this is a clear-cut case of abuse of our services, and they go and say, you're done, and throw out the attackers.
Sometimes.
Okay.
Sometimes.
What kind of reactions do you get? This I got to hear.
Yeah. From the providers?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have great relationship with the providers.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, they're
So
really good
You pretty much, if you can show them proof, hey, look, this is a massive set of attacks, you really need to get rid of this customer of yours. They'll go out and get rid of the customer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're talking about telcos, social media, messaging platforms,
Yep,
lots
domains.
of different places.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And are there? Do you find that there are providers that are resistant to working with you?
Not as of yet. No.
Honest.
Not as of yet. Yeah.
And that's good.
Yeah.
So okay. So you've got a way to track the attackers back to their, I guess, home base, their home infrastructure at least.
Yeah. Which is the goal. Yeah.
That's nice. I like, which is the goal.
Yeah.
That's the goal of the company.
Yeah.
To get rid of them at the source.
Exactly. Like that's why I said for me, my mental model, and for Doppel, if it gets to your infrastructure, if it gets to your inbox, if it gets to your device, then we want to make sure that we stop it before it gets there. That's the goal.
So let me ask a different question from a different perspective.
Yeah.
If it does get to my inbox, because you've never seen it before, it's brand new, it's a brand new attacker with a brand new methodology.
Yeah.
Obviously, some of it's going to get through once in a while.
Yeah. Unfortunately, but yes, you're correct.
I mean, it's the way it is.
It is the way it is.
And it gets to my inbox, and I click the link because I'm an idiot, and I didn't do it.
So let's talk about that.
Yeah, please.
Let's talk about that. So if it gets to, and this is how we round out our offering with social engineering defense, if it gets to your inbox, or if it gets to your text message, hopefully you've created a program that educates and trains your users on how to not click. Now,
so you don't handle that right now?
We do, absolutely.
Oh, okay, good.
Yep. So we do phishing simulation. We do phishing simulations. And some people would question, why do that? Like, why do you want to do that?
I think it's still useful for education.
Plus,
it's their personal life as well.
So it is useful. It is useful. But my take is a little different. And here's what I mean by that. My take is that you want to make sure that you have a multi-channel phishing simulation offering or program, because that's how the attackers work.
Right. You fight like you train.
Yep. But not for the purpose of training the users. Because I don't, yeah, exactly. Like I told you, like I'm coming with hot takes.
No, dude, go for it.
Yeah, because I don't believe you can education and awareness your way out of the problem. And the reason why you can't education and awareness your way out of the problem is because as deepfake technology continues to improve, and as these AI-enabled attacks continue to improve, we'll get to a place pretty quickly, if we're not already there, where you can't distinguish the real from the fake, where you can't distinguish suspicious from malicious from legitimate.
There.
Exactly.
I mean, it's gone from 6 fingers on the people to like it's scary.
It's scary good. Exactly. So if it's scary good, then why have a phishing simulation product? The reason why you want to have a phishing simulation product is because the reason why you want to have a phishing simulation product is because you want to test your controls as an organization.
Oh, it's a human risk management pen test.
Exactly. I could not have said it better
teaming.
myself.
It's a purple teaming.
It's like a purple teaming, red teaming, blue teaming, whatever color teaming. Absolutely.
You're sending the stuff in to see if the systems will detect it.
Exactly.
And to see if it does detect it, then you get positive feedback.
Exactly.
And if it doesn't detect it, we need to tune this better.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Purple teaming. I like that. That makes a lot of sense.
Because a lot of our customers that we talk to, they don't want to play gotcha games or try to.
Oh God, I hate it when they go punitive on people for the phishing sims. That drives me nuts.
We can talk about this.
Oh.
But you do want to know where you have control gaps.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
If it shows up, the ideal state is if it shows up, the users, whatever they do, should not be able to invoke a malicious or destructive, unintentional, but malicious or destructive action.
Exactly.
And if we can stop it from getting there in the first place, great. But if we don't let them do anything because we know when bad things show up, we've detected it, we've locked things down, pulled it out of their mailbox, whatever, that's even better.
That's much better, much better. And so the last thing I'll say about having a phishing simulation product, and also voice, right? And I did say phishing, so sorry. So phishing, smishing, and phishing is because that's how attackers work.
Right, multi-channel.
Multi-channel.
You said it already, multi-channel.
Multi-channel. And so you want to make sure that you have a solution for simulation that's multi-channel.
So if I was to paraphrase and summarize.
Yeah. Which you've been doing a great job at.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
You're different and better.
Yeah.
Because you're doing it multi-channel.
Yeah.
Because you have social good at heart. Because you're trying to get rid of it before it gets to anybody, much less your customers.
Yep.
And because you're trying to make sure that all of your detection apparatus is really always tuned properly.
Could not have said it better myself.
Love it. Love it. Bobby, thanks for joining us today. To learn more about Doppel, please visit securityweekly.com/Doppel RSAC. That's DOPPEL RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome back to RSAC 2026. I'm Matt Alderman. Joining me today is Andrew Rubin, CEO and founder at Illumio. Welcome, Andrew.
Thanks so much for having me, man.
So I read the title of this and I went, ooh, how deep should we go? So you said go for it, so here we go.
Go for it.
The title of this is The Cybersecurity Lies We Keep Buying. How about we keep selling? It depends on which side of this you're on, right?
I think it's fair to say that you have to have one in order to have the other.
Exactly. Through all your conversations, because you talk to a lot of CISOs, you talk to a lot of customers, if you think about one big lie that just stands out like a sore thumb, what would it be?
That we can be safe. Now, allow me to add at least a couple words to that.
Yeah, of course.
But I'm not going to change the fact that my knee-jerk answer is that we can be safe. We cannot be safe all the time, ever again.
Right.
That's really the answer.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that we're buying that lie as much today as we were even a few years ago. But we have to literally dismiss the lie. We have to dismiss the comment. And we just have to start the conversation with, we have been, we are, or we will be breached. And it is actually going to become a very normal part of life. Unfortunately, but it's going to be normal. And we have to start the conversation by accepting that. Because as the old expression goes, can't solve a problem until you admit you have a problem.
I think this is a really interesting point because I have never assumed that we were safe. As a practitioner, we know all the things that can go wrong. And in this industry, we have been really bad at a few things. I'll give you one. Inventory.
Sure.
How many organizations know 100% of the hardware and software run in their environment?
Probably zero.
Probably zero.
Well, how about this? At least know it 100% accurately.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right? So if that's the foundation for InfoSec, because that's what CIS says, control number one, know your hardware inventory. Control number two, know your software inventory. And I don't know it 100%. How can I ever assume that I could be safe? Because I don't know what I don't know.
So I think there's a nuance here, and it's very important, which is we sort of, in everything in cyber, take it as binary. We're either perfectly safe or breach to catastrophe. And what's interesting, and there's a parallel that I've talked about over the last couple of days here at the conference quite a bit, in almost everything else in life, and I mean literally in life, not just in technology, we grade outcomes. So I'm a little sick, I'm very sick. I have a small outage, I have a big outage. And for some reason in cyber, we've all conditioned over decades that you're either safe, which equals success, or you're breached, which equals catastrophic disaster. And somehow we missed the object lesson, which is having a small problem in anything in life is better than having the same problem a lot bigger.
Right.
And the cyber narrative, and the reason why I started off by saying that the lie is that we're safe, the cyber narrative is supposed to start with, our job is to be safe as much as possible. And it is equally our job that when we're not safe, we have a strategy for finding things quickly and stopping them quickly. Dwell time measured in months is something that all of us collectively as practitioners should be somewhere between embarrassed and terrified of in 2026.
Oh, agreed. Agreed. I was telling you the example. A vulnerability gets disclosed, the exploit is available before the patch is available. Right? Like, of course, months of mean time to detect is absurd. So, it's actually measured in negative time now.
It's negative time. So I will tell you, I've been saying for a very long time that cyber is a math problem. Now, we all know the sort of ultimate expression of that, which is the defenders have to be right 100% of the time, 100% of the time. The attacker only has to be right one time. So we can all agree that that's really bad odds. That math is really tough. But if you think about where we were, let's say, even 5 years ago, let alone 10 or 20, the attacker and the defender were working off of what the brain was capable of doing at human speed.
Right.
So the obvious punchline here is, if the defenders are still moving at human speed and the attackers are now moving at machine speed, and we know that there's a lot of holes in the Swiss cheese all over the world, we probably have a math equation that's getting dramatically worse and much more dangerous day by day.
Exactly. The second lie I want to talk through is that people truly understand risk when it comes to cybersecurity, because that's one I see all the time, right? A lot of vendors will walk around this floor and say, we're going to reduce your risk, reduce your risk. They don't even know what risk means. We use terms in this industry in the wrong way, and we kind of create this false sense of safehood, maybe, back to your safety comment. But if we constantly are using terms wrong, how are we ever going to build credibility with our executive team and our boards that we actually know what the hell we're talking about?
So I agree 100%, and now I'm going to build on it. So let's assume that risk, which is actually supposed to be the core metric that all of us operate off of, our job being to reduce risk, eliminate it, much harder to do, but at least reduce it.
At least understand it.
So build on top of the premise that we're using the words wrong or we're not using the right words at all. Think about how much we do, the money we invest, the processes we build, and the time that we invest, and we're not even relating it or equating it to what risk are we actually managing in the process.
Right.
And unfortunately, as we've now seen over certainly the last 10 years, and in particular over the last few years, we're either investing in the wrong things, doing the wrong things, or not managing the actual risk. Now, I'll give you a really silly example. Silly not in that it's not real, but it's one that's been talked about for so long that it has to be deemed silly. We all know that if we did basic hygiene better in cyber, we'd be a lot safer. We wouldn't be perfectly safe, but we'd be a lot safer. How much of the conversation that we're having at RSAC 2026 is actually focused on basic hygiene versus the shiny new object that's probably going to secure the AI agents?
Right.
And my only point is, we probably need to be having both conversations, but we treat hygiene as if we've already solved that problem and we have time to move on. And yet the basic hygiene, knowing what you're running in your estate, pretty sure that problem is still pretty pervasive at scale.
Yeah, because it's not sexy, right? Everybody wants the new, latest, shiny thing, but we haven't done the foundation. And this only gets worse as we think about the challenges that AI are going to present to us. We've had multiple interview conversations here this week on this. Speed is a real thing. And when you're moving as fast as AI and the attackers are moving, and we don't have the foundational elements in place, we just get further and further behind. But how do we change that dynamic?
So, first of all, I've been saying this for a very long time, believe it very deeply. I actually think it's true in the kinetic world as much as it is in the cyber world and vice versa. Speed and security are not friends. And I know that those of us in the industry have tried to say, well, we can make security faster. I'm not saying that we can't make security faster. What I'm saying is the best security models would be if we were allowed to operate in a world where things move very slowly, so security could have lots of time, and therefore we'd be in a position to figure out what's going wrong long before it does. It's not practical, it's not pragmatic, but let's start with acknowledging speed and security are not two things that are best friends. So the question is, if the attackers are in a position, because of AI, because of agents, because of the models that now exist and the ones that are obviously coming very shortly,
right.
If the attackers are in the position to be able to move much faster, and the thing that we're giving them to attack already has all of these pervasive holes and problems that we've never really cleared up, we've given them an enormous advantage. And so, we used to talk about time on target. And the longer that they were able to have that time, the bigger the advantage they had. What if you give them tooling where time is no longer an advantage because they can be efficient and effective in a matter of milliseconds?
Right.
I think that we're going through, and we probably haven't really started it in earnest, we're going through a transition in the math of cybersecurity where we're not going to incrementally change the attacker-defender equation. We're going to rewrite the entire playbook and all the math around it. And there's some real risk in getting that right.
I know. So how do we start to approach that? Like, what are the conversations we should be having as an industry on how this shifts? Because here's my fear. You walk down to the expo floor, you will see hundreds of vendors that have been around this space for a long time.
Yep.
I've been in it almost 30 years. And I know a lot of the vendors that are down there, and all they did is they slapped AI on the side of their booth and said, hey, I can protect AI.
Sure.
I don't think they can, because their approach to how we've done this before is not the approach that's going to solve for AI and what we're going through. So how do we get honest about the conversation, and what do we as an industry need to start talking about to solve this in a different way? Because I don't think the old way is going to do it.
So I want to give you two answers, and I want to make sure that I enunciate both of them because I think it's important to hear both of them. If I only gave you one, it's going to sound like I'm calling for the doomsday event. I am 100% optimistic and confident that if we start an honest conversation about where we are, how we got here, what is happening to the attacker landscape, and we really said we're going to dig in, that this is a solvable problem. I believe it deeply. However, there's also this other part of my brain that's been informed over all these years that we have a miraculous ability to rally post-crisis, and we are absolutely terrible at being proactive pre-crisis. The question is, are we going to have to wait for something that's a lot worse than a bunch of credit card numbers or even social security numbers being exfiltrated? Are we going to let it get to a point where we have something that resembles more of a truly catastrophic breach at scale that affects real things in the real world, and then say, you know what, we've got a much bigger problem than we realize and we need to go in and really dig in and rewrite the playbook? Or are we going to acknowledge that AI probably changes the math in a way that, left on current course and speed, we're going to end up likely colliding with that brick wall, and let's try and actually start right now and get ahead of it. And by the way, we still might not get ahead of it, but at least we can say we've actually had the honest conversation about what has to change. So what has to change? We have to figure out how to completely change our hygiene posture. We have to start looking at our networks not as transport, but as transport for the attackers who are getting inside through all those holes we've left open all these years. And if we don't start figuring out how to close the holes and understand what's moving through these networks, they're going to get there much faster than they have in the past. And they're going to take advantage of our lack of understanding to become much better attackers. We have to start by saying we're going to have to change the operating model and the math, or we're not going to be behind. We're going to be devastatingly far behind.
Yeah. And the way agentic AI is going to communicate also shifts and changes model context protocol and how these things communicate and their lifespan. And we're only multiplying the problem that much more, right? I mean, if we don't understand how our networks are transporting this traffic today, wait until you throw a bunch of MCP servers in your environment and let all these AI agents start talking to each other, and you have no control of this environment.
So it's really interesting. I was having a conversation earlier today with a customer of Illumio's, and one of the things that we were talking about was it should seem unbelievably obvious to all of us that if every day we start our day by hearing about the next 20, 50, $100 billion that's being invested in data center, GPU, compute, that clearly the attack surface, the network that connects all of this, is going to get exponentially bigger than it's ever been. If you believe in the AI narrative, in any form, whatever form you choose to believe in it, but if you believe in the AI narrative, and clearly you have to believe in the investment narrative around infrastructure, you have to believe that the attack surface is going to get bigger faster than we've ever seen. Even if all we ended up having to do was simply protect the new stuff the same way as the old stuff, and I'm not advocating that, but if all we had to do was simply protect the net new, the scope of what we have to protect is getting bigger faster than we've ever seen. And I'm pretty sure that everybody listening would agree. Our track record has not been zero, but our track record has been far from 100% doing what we've done in the past. So we probably have to do everything we've done in the past and probably some new things if we're going to have a shot at making sure that that math equation doesn't get a lot worse.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
To learn more about Illumio, please visit securityweekly.com/Illumio, RSAC. For full RSAC 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Stick around. We'll be right back with the wrap up for day 3.
Welcome back to RSAC 2026 on CyberRisk TV. I'm Joshua Marpet from Security Weekly News, and today brought a mix of big ideas, practical insights, and some really interesting discussions across the board. There's a lot to unpack, so joining me is Matt Alderman, host of Business Security Weekly. Matt, what stood out to you today?
Oh, so many things. I did go up to Early Stage Expo.
Yep.
Because I love to go up there, right?
Yeah, it's fun.
I have to go up. I exhibited there when we were with Layered Insight. We were one of the first exhibitors in Early Stage Expo, so I love it, right? It's grown tremendously, which means there's a lot of startups in the space. However,
like 150 or something. It's crazy.
Is that how many were up there? I didn't count them.
Yeah, I didn't either.
There were so many. I found one that I had any interest in. Just one.
Okay, was it interest because it's something that you're currently working on, or interest because it stood out from the crowd, or?
Both.
Okay.
Number one, I believe one of the biggest challenges we have around artificial intelligence is how do we protect model context protocol. It's a topic we were not talking about a year ago. I brought it up at Black Hat last year on some of the concerns I had with how these agents were going to communicate. And what I haven't seen is a lot of security solutions that were trying to tackle how do I protect MCP servers. I found one up there.
Just one?
Just one up there.
God.
Everybody's talking about AI in generalities, but it's like, no, I want to get a little more specific, right? So I did find one that was up there. I'll give them a call out at barndoor.ai. What they do is really interesting. Now, this is where it ties into me from a product perspective, is what it does is it looks at your APIs.
Right.
And it inventories them. And supposedly what it does is it helps you build a set of tools that you can make available on your MCP server for agents to call.
Okay.
Now that's kind of an interesting concept, right? Because we know the world currently communicates in APIs. How do you convert those APIs to agent tool calls in an effective way, and then put some protections around those calls, right? And that's supposedly what they're going to do. So I actually sent it to my VP of engineering. I said, take a look at this because it looks a little interesting. Why? We've embedded an MCP server into our product in order to be able to communicate with agents that we are building with our partners.
You have to.
And how are we going to put ourselves in a better way to protect that? So that was one that came up for me today.
You know, it's interesting you say that, because if you remember a few years ago, everybody with Zero Trust was going API everything, API everything, API everything. And that's great. We've had APIs for, what, a couple of decades now?
Yes.
15 years at least, right? And
I built a set in 2009 for the policy compliance product. So yeah, it's been around for a while.
15, 20 years.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, APIs were unencrypted, unsecure, just badly done. But over time, APIs got secured, encrypted, instrumented, so I could tell what's going on, where the data is moving.
Yeah.
And I think MCP is going through, because if you think about MCP, I've heard it termed two ways. USB for AI, which is kind of cool.
Yeah,
or
kinda.
it's API for AI, which I think is actually probably more
It's more accurate.
More accurate, yeah.
Yeah.
And so we now have this new sort of form of API, if you think about it, that we need to figure out how to secure appropriately.
Yes.
We need to have encrypted communication between the AI and the tool, or the AI and the data or the module, the process, whatever it's attaching to.
Yeah.
And we need to be able to instrument it. I need to know what's going across that thing, man.
Yeah.
If I don't know what's going across that thing, I can't keep control of it.
No visibility, no protection.
Bing, bing, bing. So your point about there was one startup up there that was, oh, look, let me go take a look at that. Man, I talked to a few startups. Some of them were nice, lovely people. But most of them, it was almost like somebody took a rubber stamp and went, Agentic AI SOC, Agentic AI SOC, Agentic AI SOC. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Now, first off, I have a problem with this, because I don't think there's enough buyers. I don't think there's enough people that have the bucketed money, the budgeted and bucketed money to do this. And even if there are, I mean, I know there's 40 to 60,000 people, whatever it is here. It's crazy, huge conference. The real fact of the matter is...
It's 45,000, by the way.
Is it 45,000?
Yeah.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
a number a few of us have confirmed. 45,000 is basically
You went out
the
and
number.
counted?
No. It's coming from valid sources. I used to work with the RSAC Conference staff, so I have sources, and I've collaborated them with other sources. So,
sources.
45,000 is the going number right now.
But I really don't think there's that many people buying. I don't think there's as many people buying as there are companies selling.
I agree with that 100%. And look, who wants to buy yet another point solution to go solve something, right? So if you think about where this market's going to go, you're going to continue to see consolidation. You're going to see a really good idea like barndoor.ai that's doing something really interesting around opening up your APIs on an MCP server and protecting it. And somebody's going to say, I need that in my product portfolio, and boom. Yes, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. It's going to be write a check. And that's fine. That's the way things go. Like, that's appropriate. But we've got to be able to understand which companies are going to disappear because that some odd thousands of dollars to be in the early stage expo eats enough of their runway. They're going away in a month or two. And how many companies are going to, oh, that's a great idea. Here's a check. Shut up and start working for me now. Acquisition. There's like 6 ways I think that a company can end. Okay, either steady state, stagnate, fall apart, close the doors, be acquired, go public, that kind of thing. And most of those companies are going to disappear in one way or another. In the next year and a half.
Yeah, I mean, what's happening in the market from the enhancements in artificial intelligence is going to accelerate this collapse in some form or fashion. I say a collapse, but this consolidation, right? It's going to happen. It's interesting, right?
It's more than interesting.
I haven't gotten to I did go through North Hall today. I was actually presenting in the IBM booth today, which was kind of fun. It was a joint prezo with the IBM team. So I did get through the North Hall. I have not gotten to South. So before tomorrow, I got to go over and hit the South side and everything else. But yeah.
It's fascinating to me that we're seeing, especially in the early stage. So I did a part of South Hall yesterday, and I did Early Stage Expo today. And what I saw, what struck me, was that we have so many companies doing the agentic AI SOC in the early stage, but in the main halls, we have so many companies with, by the way, monster booths. Oh my God, my marketing money is back. I'm doing an Instagram album. I'll put it out after RSA is over, of all the advertising things I've seen all over, like buses, pedicabs, entire buildings taken up. CrowdStrike Falcon took over an entire building.
Palo Alto took over an entire hotel.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Canopy, right around the corner, actually.
I haven't been over there. I
had a meeting over there with IBM and Palo. It's really interesting. They literally took over the hotel. They don't have a booth. They took over the hotel. You got to check in. It's almost like checking into a hotel room, but you're checking in for your meeting. There's a beautiful bar there. The bar is awesome. And you get your meeting room, and then you go up to your meeting room, and they have the entire hotel all set up for a meeting.
Kidding.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
Awesome.
So I went into the South Hall, and I walked around. I got to probably 50 booths, okay? There's a lot of booths, like 440 vendors in the North and South Halls. And I saw a lot of agentic AI, but I saw also a lot of very traditional stuff. But the interesting things that I saw were, they're really talking about working together. They're talking not like, we're better than them and they suck. It's, we're going to work with and collaborate with even our competitors, and all of our customers are going to collaborate together. They're creating communities. And I think that's fascinating. And I think that's a very positive trend.
I went up to the Tenable ecosystem lunch today, again, because they're a partner, and they were talking about Tenable Open, which is the ability to push other data into Tenable One. It's a very interesting concept. It's something I brought up when I was running strategy over there, like we should consume anybody else's data. Here they're out announcing today they're going to allow other data.
You're like, thank you.
From other people. And she even said when she was announcing it today, even if they want to pull in Qualys data, we'll let it come in. So you're starting to see these players.
That's like the Hatfield and McCoy blood feud,
I'm just saying, Smed wasn't in the room. But they're trying to create that community, right? They're trying to bring all that data together. I thought it was really interesting concept. What I'm trying to do is actually get some of that data out of Tenable in a more consistent way.
Into your current company. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
That's why I was up there meeting with them today.
Are they gonna do it with you, think?
Yeah.
Good, solid.
We'll work on it.
But that's the kind of thing. It's and you mentioned it before, point solutions. We are tired and done with point solutions. So any solution that can handle an entire battlefield effectively, an entire piece of the battlefield, a strategic solution that can say, okay, I handle this for you, they handle that other thing, we'll work with them so that we handle the complete perspective. That's going to be the winners. Those are going to be, in my opinion, those are the winner products.
We're already seeing this play out at certain partners where they're actually using agents to orchestrate across different platforms to solve problems. And, as we talk about, it's all about outcomes, right? The so what? So what? All right. So you pull a bunch of data into platform X, Y, or Z. So what? Those platforms have to produce outcomes.
Reporting, differences.
It's more than that,
communication.
though.
Well, those are the things that they need. They need
but it's more than
make
that.
A difference.
I go back to this example every single time because it's so real.
Go for it.
Vulnerability gets disclosed.
Right.
AI attackers have an exploit before the patch comes out, and my patch window's 30 days later. I can't just tell you that the exploit's there. I got to do something about it because I can't wait 30 to 45 days.
Now.
Exactly. So when I'm talking about outcomes, I'm talking about not just alerting, not just reporting. It's actually forcing somebody to take an action as soon as possible. So I was meeting with one of the analysts yesterday, and they said the concept of monitoring and alerting is over. You have to manage it. You have to close the loop. This is where the market's going to go.
So what are we going to call that? I mean, that sounds trivial, but we're not doing monitoring and alerting. We still have to alert, let's be clear.
The term that comes out is the concept of being autonomous.
But autonomous is going to be dangerous because we're going to have no human in the loop.
Well, what they're trying to build is autonomous capabilities that still have the human in the loop possible, and that over time, as you trust more and more of the human actions, you can turn it into full autonomous mode. So what you do is the human validates it, says, yep, go, yep, go, yep. Oh, okay, I've seen enough of this. You just do it, right? You start to build trust with the human in the loop. Then over time, you let the agent do its thing, and you go on to the next one. And so I think that's what we could see playing out over time, Josh.
But isn't that human, after a while, getting rid of their own job?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not necessarily getting rid of it. It's trying to take some of the lower level tasks that slow us down in the defense side of the world.
Yep.
And allow us to focus on the bigger problems. I've talked to a lot of people about the way the math is going to change from a cybersecurity perspective, right? So let the big brains go figure out the bigger math problem and let all the agents deal with all the kind of the low-hanging fruit stuff. I don't know.
I hear you, and I agree with you, but I worry about what this does to that human in the loop needs to be a senior, very experienced, very solid person.
I know.
If we don't have ways to build those senior, very experienced, very solid persons, how are we going to have them after a little while? I mean, eventually you're going to retire. I know that with the energy that you have, you'll probably be kicking and working until you're like 105. But
I'll be doing something, but yeah.
Eventually you're going to retire. I'm going to retire.
Right.
Everybody here is going to retire.
Because I'm going to get replaced by a vibe coding bot that takes a requirements document and just builds the code.
Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, that's the truth. And the problem there is that when that happens, how do we bring up the next generation to take our spots, to take a senior spot without having the ability to have a job where they get the junior experience? I know. And this is a problem we're starting to hear more and more about when none of us want to talk about it, but I'm determined to bring it out and make it real.
Yeah.
I think that what we're going to see is a real big problem. I think we're going to see that career paths have been destroyed, that the raising up of the next generation. I actually said this the other day and someone actually cringed. I said, we are one of the first generations of cybersecurity experts in the world because in the 40s, 50s, and 60s was the first generation. 70s, 80s, and 90s is the next generation. The 2000s, 2010s, those kids, some of them have jobs, some of them don't. There may not be another one after that.
Might not.
And
not in the way we think about it.
Exactly. Not in the way we think about it.
Not in the way we
what
think about
will they look like? And I'd love to talk with you about this sometime
Yeah,
in the future.
They're going to be.
That's a long discussion.
Yes, it is, but it's interesting. I can see them as basically security prompt engineers.
You know what? I would be okay with that because that's human creativity, human ingenuity, but they still have to have the experience to understand how to phrase and what to ask for.
Yeah, it's true.
So,
where did they get that?
I don't know, man. That's it for day 3 here at RSAC 2026. If you want to revisit any of today's conversations or catch what you may have missed, head over to securityweekly.com/RSAC for full interviews and show notes. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.